to Syria's movie Magic or Kenya Magic at Bomas.
You know it.
And then beyond that, we saw about four commissioners
yeah.
addressing the press at Serena, and they were very emphatic that they do not take ownership and responsibility of the tally and the final results that the chair was going to mention. Then ultimately we saw the naming of the president-elect. Congratulations to Dr. William Samoei Arap Ruto. And then, of course, probably there could be the next stages for Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance.
Yeah.
And from the words that, particularly what we saw happening, I think the religious leaders indicated that Kenya needs to move forward, as is the opinion of most Kenyans. But what needs to be looked at is what is the recourse, particularly for the 6.9 million others, because that's really like almost 50% of this country. What's next for them? And constitutionally speaking, beyond your personal issues of accepting and moving on, you go to the court, and the Supreme Court from the onset has been very categorical that they are ready, they are prepared, they have judges, they are available to preside over any cases that would be presented. So probably that is the next stage. But I'm also baffled by the degree of congratulatory messages. I haven't seen any except from, is it Zambian or one of the...
No, we have seen at least, Ahmed Habi. Abiy has done that,
yeah.
And we've seen Muhammad Buhari of Nigeria. Yes. We have seen South Africa's president, Cyril Ramaphosa,
yeah.
And a few here. And
yeah, so that really presents the next stage, even as we talk about the possibility of a Supreme Court petition and the merits of that particular case. I believe that Kenyans want to move forward in terms of going on with our lives. It's been a very difficult moment, and even the waiting for the naming of the president-elect is something that I think Kenyans were treated to an unnecessary waiting process. And maybe we are learning, and as we move on with our electoral preparedness concerns, there are things that we see where we can be able to tighten our steps. But of course, the buck now stops with Mheshimiwa William Ruto and President Uhuru Kenyatta, who has said that for him, he'll hand over to whoever Kenyans elect. We look forward to seeing how that goes. I don't know whether he has spoken.
I wanted to say the same thing. Like, is it that bad that really President Uhuru Kenyatta is disappointed to that level that we have not heard from him? Well, let's not be quick to conclude that he has not said anything, because we'll be getting updates of that. But do you suppose this is going to be a classic example of it's not over until it's over, based on what we were treated to yesterday, and the four commissioners, accepting that they cannot be party to an opaque process?
First and foremost, I think I saw Karua say it's not over until it's over.
Yes.
So that means they're headed to the Supreme Court, most likely, because there are only two outcomes after this. You either concede or you go to court. So obviously, concede doesn't look like what they would do since they plan to go to court. And after what we saw in Bomas, clearly they have an issue with the results, or they actually feel that whatever was declared isn't the right result. Because you could see people like Ledama, the scaffold they got themselves into, and which could have caused a lot of problems in this country. Because you see, as a leader, you have supporters. So when they see that, and after that we had issues in Madare, I think, and some pockets issues that were witnessed yesterday. So I believe the next course of action for them is probably the Supreme Court try and overturn whatever was declared, so that they can actually try and either save face or actually get into another election. But as it stands now, the Deputy President is now President-elect, and now the question is, like you asked, what happens to the 6.something million who voted for Raila? Because there are celebrations in some parts of the country, and the rest, obviously, there are those who feel maybe dejected. There are those who followed Raila for the past five elections. So maybe for them now they're at a point where, what do we do now? And he wasn't seen yesterday, so they don't know what he's thinking, where his head is at. So obviously, he has supporters, and whatever has happened, I saw the U.S. Embassy saying we need to have peace. We need to the opposition now, since the opposition technically can now go to court and what have you. Actually, that is the next course of action, so we maintain peace in the country. Because moving forward, as you say, those are the only options, because in the DP, you know, he said for him, he said he's only going to engage them clearly on matters oversight.
Let's have tea. Let's have.
He doesn't believe in handshake stories. He doesn't believe. He said even called him in the morning, and he told him that he doesn't believe in those stories of handshakes. He said he's waiting to talk to his boss because they hadn't spoken. That's what he said. So at the end of the day, we are in for a transition. Either way, we were in for a transition. The president is going to leave. He will hand over power to whoever is the president. Whether you might support or not, you have a president-elect. If the Supreme Court does not overturn this, then the assumption of office begins and he takes over office.
All right, and I'm told that the Right Honorable Raila Odinga is will be addressing the nation today, and so let's look forward to that. I mean, it will be very important for his supporters and generally the country to get his sentiments of what played out. But importantly, we cross over to Sugoi, yeah? Sugoi, yes, and listen in to what is happening there. Our very own Zainab is joining us on phone. Zainab, good morning.
Good morning, Linda. We are still in Uasin, Gishu County, where we have been since the elections began almost 6-7 days ago. The mood here is a celebratory one. This is after the declaration by IEBC that Deputy President William Ruto is indeed the winner in this year's presidential election, making him the current president-elect. We know that this particular region, Uasin Gishu County, is not only his stronghold, but it hosts his hometown of Sugoi. So from as early as 10 a.m. yesterday, celebrations began in town and in many parts of Nandi, Kapsabet, Sugoi, and even Elgeyo Marakwet. Here in Eldoret, the residents were following the IEBC announcements live from the CBD, and as soon as the announcement was made by IEBC, more celebrations, or rather the celebrations intensified. We also later on went to the president-elect's residence in Sugoi, and similar scenes were witnessed there, with his supporters vowing to spend the night outside his house, which they refer to as the new State House, until his return. Today we're expecting more celebrations across the region, with the Kenya Kwanza leaders promising to have a celebratory tour across the region. The calendar is as follows. From 8 a.m., the leaders will be in Kapsabet town at 8 a.m. Later on, they'll be in Eldoret town at 10 a.m. Later on, again, they will be in Iten town at 12 p.m. and they'll finish the tour in Kapenguria town at 4 p.m. Among the leaders who will be spearheading these celebrations include the elected leaders, or rather Kenya Kwanza elected leaders here in Uasin Gishu County, including Senator Jackson Mandago, Governor Chelili B. alias Kotimoja, Woman Rep Gladys Bosch-Shelei, and the Kapseret Member of Parliament, Oscar Sudi. So that is what we have here for now. We'll continue keeping an eye on the events here in County 027 as the celebrations continue to intensify. Back to you, Linda.
Well, Zain, thank you so much for the brief update right there. Indeed, as we would rightfully say, congratulations to the president-elect, Dr. William Ruto. Zainab, pole sana. I know it's been quite a tough one for you all these days, following this very events. What do they feel of what it is that the other commissioners had to say about the process? In as much as they're celebrating, are they worried that this could be challenged in court successfully?
Well, Linda, from the residents we spoke to, they completely rubbished those claims by the commissioners and, of course, the side of Azimio leaders. And according to them, if the election is done, the leader has been appointed, and not only by the people, by God, according to the residents here. So for them, it's a done deal. They do not expect anything else. They're continuing with the celebrations, and they're saying all they're waiting for is for the DP to be sworn in and to begin his work as the new, or rather the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya.
Right. Well, I think
release you for now, Zain. We should be coming to you later for more updates. But as of now, we come back to studio and the gentleman on set. And of course, we have the privilege of being joined by another, John Wangunyu, political analyst, as we get to unpack this some more. John, thank you so much for creating time. We're having our first sentiments as to now, of course, a possible Ruto reign, having been declared the president-elect of this very nation. If this is not challenged successfully in court, then it is him. Karibu sana.
Asante sana. Good morning to all our viewers. Good to be here.
Karibu. At least you have to say something. John, you want to tell me, after all that time we have waited.
I thank you to see you guys. Glad to be here. It's finally now done and dusted, as much as there are some people who are feeling that it's not done yet. So it would be interesting to see what they mean by that.
Yeah.
But as far as the country is concerned, and I think a majority of us, or a majority of Kenyans are of the opinion, of the view that I think perhaps it's time for us to move on and get on to other things. Anybody who is aggrieved, and it will be interesting to see what sort of petition they'll be bringing, then I think it's time for us to move on and congratulate all the winners. And of course, the president-elect,
all right,
Dr. Ruto.
You all agree that there's that need for us to move on as a country. First of all, looking at where we come from. Historically, we are used to having our elections challenged. That most of the times there's going to be 50% that will agree to the results, 50% or 70 or 30 would not agree to the results. And therefore, us being told that this is likely to be petitioned in court is really not new. But again, coming at this point where indeed we are really exhausted, COVID-19, another nullification where we had to go for another, election and all this, do you think that Kenyans are genuinely at that moment, even those ones that are huge and staunch supporters of the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, would definitely feel like, there's really no point of getting to court and, going through this rounds and rounds?
Linda, that's a very important question, and it is important because of our electoral reforms, growth and development. And within that cycle is what we call electoral justice. The only place by Constitution of Kenya where any individual who feels aggrieved out of political processes can be able to get justice is within the corridors of justice itself. And that's the courts of the Republic of Kenya. Remember that even as we got into this election, we have said many times that we had over 16,100 candidates. At the presidential level, we had 4 candidates, and Kenya can only have 1 president at any given time. Of course, in 2017, Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga told us that he saw in himself as a people's president, but that had very limited powers because there are things that he could not and cannot be able to do. We expect that there are going to be more than 14,200 and maybe 18 losers in this election. For those who feel aggrieved and who feel that they have genuine concerns about why they have lost, the only space they have is to go to court. And so even as we speak and we have all these conversations around the supporters of Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga, yes, of course, they have a right to go to court. They have that constitutional privilege and opportunity and mandate to go to court. But even within the corridors of justice, there has to be watertight evidence. There has to be mechanisms that have been put in place to be able to address those electoral injustice concerns. And we have seen from successful petitions in 2013, not necessarily to nullify an election, but to bring out questions which then are supposed to help the Electoral Commission to strengthen its systems, build the processes, and also enhance the preparedness of elections, or rather towards elections. In 2017, we had a successful petition. And remember, in 2013, the followers of the former Prime Minister were told to accept and move on. And for the last 10 years, they have been accepting and moving on with the hope that something good is going to come out. The biggest concern to me would be, what does the president-elect or the president who now sits in power do with the over 6.9 million? Because the gap between the votes of Mheshimiwa Ruto and Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga is a mere 233,000 votes. Those are people that you really cannot wish away. Half of the country is not possible to wish away. So it will be incumbent upon the president-elect, and in the event that a Supreme Court petition is dispensed with and is unsuccessful, to begin to think through how you move this country forward as one united people, called the people of the Republic of Kenya, otherwise called Kenyans, because there is no half Kenyan, there is no an eighth Kenyan, there is no full Kenyan. It has to be one people, one united Kenyan people, one nation. So the opportunity for court and the people who support the former Prime Minister, and of course even Professor Wajakoya and Bishop Maure, despite having conceded already for the bishop and indicated that he would support Mheshimiwa William Ruto, he also has followers who need to be given their prime space of opportunity as Kenyans. So it takes us back to electoral justice issues, even as we strengthen and continue to call Kenyans to be peaceful and to be calm. But there is that element of peace and elections, and also justice within elections. And that can only be guaranteed within the courts. And so the president-elect and his team will have a very big task, in my view, to be able to ensure that this country is united. And that unity is what will propel us. Otherwise, I think that we will have people grieving internally, and that is what causes, you remember in this particular few years, we've had a lot of discussions about mental health. I don't think you want to have a president who keeps talking about mental health and leading mad people, because those opportunities are there.
Right, true. Okay, legally speaking, first of all, let's come to that aspect of whether the IEBC is supposed to declare this in the presence of all commissioners. This is the most historic thing that has happened about this election. That is fine, in as much as in 2017 we saw the likes of Akombe, saying that, well, we really are not confident about this whole process, and therefore I am not party to it. Chebukati himself said that really I'm not confident as well as to the process. This time around, they have taken us through the process, and we come to a point where 4 commissioners are against, the process at the very last hour. And they are bold enough to come and tell us that this is what we feel about this, and therefore we won't be party to the declaration that is about to be made. And they're doing it just at that moment when Chebukati is also walking into the Bomas of Kenya to make that declaration. Juliana Cherera, and alongside the other 3, were brought on board sometimes last year. Yes, and to some extent, there was also that general feel that they were handshake commissioners, and so some of this we cannot overlook. So I'd love to hear the legal implications of this. First of all, whether there is that need constitutionally for us to have quorum upon that declaration of a president, or it is not necessary. And after all, it happened, perhaps to tell us that really that is not a requirement constitutionally. Let's first of all listen into them and then come to that.
Some things need to be put out there. As you can see, the 4 of us, we are here, not at Bomas of Kenya, where the result is going to be announced, because of the opaque nature of how this phase has been handled. We therefore cannot take ownership on the results that is going to be announced. However, we have an open door that people can go to court, and because of the same, we urge Kenyans to be peaceful, because the rule of the law is going to prevail.
All right, Nordin.
You see, this takes us back to 2017. Seems that the issues in IEBC have not been solved, because it's more or less a commission that is divided with different interests or different players playing for different teams. And that speaks about the integrity in that commission. We keep saying that we need to raise the integrity threshold that in the commissioners who get to office. Because now we are getting instances where there are allegations everywhere. Some person X, B, C is playing for a certain team. And that in itself brings issues. Now, matters declaration of an election, those are the functions of the arrow. Now, the arrow there is Chebukati, as per the law. Now, when you talk about quorum, the BBI case dealt with quorum, meaning quorum is looked into when you're looking at the day-to-day activities of IEBC. Now, Azimio can argue that under the Act, the IEBC Act, it talks about how there needs to be a quorum in certain matters. So it depends on how they bring that out to the Supreme Court. Because you see, now, whatever will be brought before the court is what the court will decide on. Now, what they did, does it have a bearing on the declaration? To be honest, it kind of taints the image of IEBC. But matters declaration, that is
really
duties of Chebukati.
Okay.
And we're looking forward to see what Azimio will bring to court, because they've decided to go to court. That's what we are hearing. And so the court will decide on the evidence or the facts that they bring forward, so that we can actually be able now to look beyond these issues in IEBC. Because now this is the second time. 2017, the same happened. We had like separate commissioners. And you remember when these elections, before they started, when the first set of ballot papers were received here, there were those who said we didn't know these things were coming. Now she has said there are reasons they are yet to give us. She just called the process opaque. Now we are yet to know what she meant by saying that there are reasons that they will further give to the public. So we wait to see. But clearly, we need to have a lasting solution when it comes to IEBC. Because if we don't, then another election will come, then we'll have players playing for different teams.
Yeah.
And you remember when they came to office, for example, Okiya Mtata went to court. When these 4 commissioners came to office, there was an issue behind it and he went to court. And there was a decision by Justice Murima. Now, there's a likelihood of control when it comes to IEBC, either from internal or external forces. And so we need to solve that. And that's why I said the integrity threshold needs to be so high so that once you're a commissioner there, no voice from outside actually affects your duties as a commissioner. Yeah.
All right.
So actually, even the results people can actually believe the results, and what people can actually gain confidence in the commission. Yeah.
All right. Does this come to cement what it is that one of the chief agents of Right Honorable Raila Odinga, decided to say or to tell the nation, and he goes to the podium, a space that is not for anybody to just go to, and he tells the nation that this is a sin of crime, and before you know it, of course, the microphones are switched off, and the next thing is that the damage is already done. So these commissioners coming to say this, does it cement that statement? And do we want to comfortably say that we can wish away this strong sentiment and, move on as a country? And does it require for the competitors, the likes of Azimio One Kenya Alliance, really to be the ones to petition this, or any Kenyan can actually proceed to petition this win in court?
My views are rather radical. It is a shame, and I think very, very irresponsible on the part of the 4 commissioners, that up until that moment, when we were expecting that sort of final result, that they chose to walk away. And yet, throughout the period or throughout the process, we used to see them on TV, coming onto TV and smiling, reading out results, and then to finally do that, I think that was very, very irresponsible of them. I know that the president-elect, Dr. Ruto, yesterday when he was making his acceptance speech, he talked about vengeance and that this is not the time for vengeance and so on and so forth. But I'm of the view that the 4 commissioners did let the country down. I would go as far as probably saying that, as extreme as it may sound, that was treasonous, whatever they did. And therefore, action should be taken against them, as much as the president is saying that, or the president-elect is saying that it's time to move on. Given the issues around what IEBC has done, I think they've done a commendable job. It's been transparent, it's been open, it's been verifiable, in that all the 34A forms are on a public portal. Anybody who cares, and I remember the last time I was here, I remember sharing with you and saying that there's a lot of guys who've done their own parallel tallying, and it was coming to that whatever results that the IEBC put out. So it is shocking to see that part of the commission itself, and not just anybody within the commission, but commissioners, calling that into question. Because you fail to understand how 1,450 ward positions have been filled without any complaints. You fail to understand how 286, because of the 290, I think there's 4 MPs or members of National Assembly positions that are yet to be filled. I think there is Kitui South, Kitui Rural, there is Rongai, Pokot South, and some other place. Kacheliba. So 286 positions in the National Assembly have been filled, 47 in the Senate, 47 county governors, 47 women representatives. And then when you get to the president, somehow there's a problem.
Suddenly there's a problem,
Of course, it doesn't make sense. So for me, I would go as far as saying that action should be taken once everything's are settled and the president has been sworn in. I think it's time for the country or the law to take its course. And of course, it's a big disappointment because I remember one of the big issues, and I think one of my colleagues here has raised it, was during the 2017 elections, and of course the 2013 was the issue of electoral justice. And one of the big issues that ODM and of course Raila Amolo Odinga was pushing for was electoral justice. And electoral justice included reforming the IEBC. And they've done a commendable job, to be honest, because it's an open, accountable process. We can all access the 34 A's, and it will be interesting to see what sort of petition they bring.
All right. Saitubao Ole Kanchori, Juliana Cherera, Francis Mathenge, Irene Cherop, Justus Abonyo. About 5 key characters in this process of an election. And they all come out, whether affiliated to a certain party or not, to declare that there is a problem, to raise an alarm, to blow the whistle and say that, you know what, something is amiss. And that we can confidently say that moving forward, we really proceed to overlook that. And when we talk about the servers, Kevin Osido, just what are these servers? Do Kenyans really understand actually what servers are? Or it was just the excitement after the nullification and all that process, and that today we are being told that the servers are open and therefore you cannot go for IEBC's neck. I think we take a short breather and then we come back, perhaps unpack that.
You are watching TV 47, the home of untold stories.
Hey! Kaluma King Herbal Lozenges zinazo nguvu maradufu kutuliza kikohozi, vidonda vya koo na mafua. Kaluma King ni shwari. Tika mama huyo muharifu kaiba kuku zangu, vifaranga wangu na mayai zote pia kabeba. Haya, tika mama huyo. Maumivu yakizidi, muone daktari.
Mount Kenya University takes pride in being an academic giant with some of the best infrastructure, imparting knowledge to the best brains in the country and the region. Our members of faculty are keen to deliver market-driven programs in science and humanities with a keen focus on linkages with relevant organizations. Join us today and train with the best to become the best. Mount Kenya University, unlocking infinite possibilities.
Je, maumivu ya kichwa na kukosesha amani? Kaluma Strong hutuliza maumivu ya kichwa, maumivu ya mwili na hata huondoa joto jingi mwilini. Kaluma Strong ina aspirin kama kiungo. Maumivu yakizidi, muone daktari.
Watching TV 47, the home of untold stories.
All right, welcome back to the broadcast. It's still on Kenya Decides, the hashtag Kenya Decides at Linda_Lela TV47KE across all our social media platforms. Indeed, we value your feedback and therefore would be looking forward to hear from you. Still with me in studio, John Wangunyu, as well as Kevin Osido and Nordin Kagai. You know, I can almost tell that, you know, after all this, at least Kapresha Kameshuka, you know, it feels like it's a holiday. So, gentlemen, please, can we just get back to business for a moment? And I think that's what we want.
Yeah.
But yeah, all this while, so Sava was as simple as what we see today.
You see, the thing is that one of the things that we have not done very well, despite the IEBC being very categorical that we have opened the server. Because in 2017, they were asked to open that server, and 5 years down the line, Kenyans do not know actually what is or what was in that particular server. And all these things were coming up because reports had it that the server had been hacked.
Yeah.
Where this server was, who was hacking it, who was managing it. We moved on, and IEBC decided to put in place certain reforms, and they said that we are going to strengthen the aspects of opening this server. And how they did it was to be able to provide a public portal. Now, the IEBC gave us what is called the Results Transmission System, the RTS. Within the RTS, this transmission system also exists a server, which is called the back office. Now, the back office is what receives these forms once it is they are taken through the KIMS. Because once you fill the forms, the agents agree and they sign. The PO is supposed to take a photo. The presiding officer takes a photo through the KIMS kit and sends it to the back office where the server is. The server is not an automated machine. There are individuals who are engaging with the server. So the back office of 2022 is the server of 2017. But that back office also has a server which receives all these documents, and then they are collated so that the returning officers also verify that what the PO has sent to the back office is the same copy of what I also have. And that is why they were required that all the 290 of them go and queue at Bomas with the hard copies so that they can be able to verify, because there were 3 copies. The copy that is taken at the polling station, the presiding officer stays with it. The agents also have it, because that is what the agents were being shared with at the polling station. Then the returning officers, once they move on to the county, the constituency level, they give them those copies. And then the other copy is what the returning officers carry to the Bomas of Kenya. Now, within the back office is then the transmission to the public portal. And part of what goes from the public portal, of course, is what the citizens, or what we call the public user portal, which the media houses had, the media houses, the party agents, and all that. Beyond that, the tallying center also receives the various tallying centers, because once the tallying is going on at Bomas, but even at the constituency level and the county level, they can also be able to see what is going on at the back office through the public portal within the IEBC website, which is where the core of the issues are. Because part of what we saw happening, like yesterday, one of the 5, the chief agent of President Raila Amolo Odinga, indicated that they didn't know. They were not even supplied with the Form 34, which the Form 34A, which they are supposed to sign as agents. He said they didn't know the results that the commission was going to declare, which is partly why they advised the former prime minister not to come to Bomas, because they were not privy to the results that the commission was going to respond to. Now, remember that IEBC also admitted that even in as much as the 2017 server was hacked, the 2022 server of the back office, there were also attempts of more than 212 plus attempts of people who wanted to hack into the server. Whether the hacking was successful or not, we do not know, because we look forward to the IEBC sharing that information. Which brings in the other issue, Linda, which is, remember that the Commissioner Nyang'aya, Justus, is actually the commissioner in charge of ICT within the commission. Now, for him to walk out, and the confidence of the commission was that now that we have digitized everything and we have a back office, we have the transmission going on online, we will expect that this process is extremely watertight and there will be no issues. But for the commissioner who is in charge of ICT committee within the commission to walk out of that process and say, I am not part and parcel of those results and we cannot take ownership, that presents serious questions. And those questions will have to be responded to not by any other person, but by IEBC. How to do it and how to ensure that those questions are responded to is to go to court, because no Kenyan can go to Anniversary Towers, 15th floor, 9th floor, and demand. Of course, we can write letters like we have written even in the past to IEBC and expect them to respond. But what would be the magnitude of the response in terms of either sustaining or nullifying the presidential election? Those are the questions that I believe that if Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance is serious about their threat to go to court to demand that some of these things are opened up, then possibilities of again asking that the servers are opened are extremely high. Because remember that even online we have seen, for example, in Kiambu, where a candidate, a gubernatorial candidate, has complained that we have forms which were signed, but they are blank forms. But yet, if you look at Form 34B at Bomas of Kenya on the portal, it is actually filled. So they are asking who filled these forms, yet the one our agents were supplied with is actually blank. So those are some of the questions which the Commission will need to, in as much as the chair's term comes to an end in, I think, about 2 or 3 months' time, he will have to be held accountable. Which brings me to the last thing I want to say about this. As a country, and my good friend spoke about it, we have commissioners resigning and they go away. They resign, in fact, in New York. They don't even tell us they're resigning here. They get into a plane and you think they are going to get more ballot papers or they are going to hospital. And that's it. We never go back to ask them what exactly happened. The CEO, the then CEO of the commission in 2017 is today a very senior government officer. He's a director of CAK. We have never gone back to ask what happened to Mr. John Oswago, who was the chief CEO then. In 2013. Where is this? So electoral accountability is something that we have not done very well as a people, and that is why, in my view, it would be important that we demand that even these 4 commissioners deliver this thing they are calling a comprehensive statement. And they need to tell us within how many days, because the law expects that if you are petitioning a presidential election, you do it within 7 days. And within 14 days, the Supreme Court should be able to give a verdict. So these ladies and a gentleman should also, two ladies and two gentlemen, should be very quick and fast in giving us the statement so that we know exactly what this thing is. And then at the Supreme Court, we want to see them appearing as amicus and also taking swearing in affidavits and saying, we know what happened, we want to be part of this. In the Supreme Court petition of 2017, Madam Roslyn Akombe was never taken to account. She just left and she kept bothering us on Twitter and telling us, oh, this was happening, this was happening. I don't think that is what Kenyans are looking forward to from this process. We want a process that gives us an opportunity for our voices to be heard. Remember, we had local and international observers. Some of them came to this country to learn, not to pick mistakes. And to the extent that there are mistakes, they need to be told that what you see, what you saw when you are here is not how we do things, because otherwise they will go and repeat those nice things in their countries, and then they become mistakes there because we have failed to rectify them here. Okay. Thank you.
All right. The constitutional avenues for petitioners to proceed and petition, and also for respondents to successfully challenge such petitions would be seen as growth to democracy. But if this were happening in Tanzania, really, they could not be court battles. It could be called, and that's just it. The rest then will live to fight another day. Do you suppose that that is a healthy way to go, in as much as we say that this against democratically, to a point whereby you realize that after that declaration, really the country does not go back into the troubles that we witnessed in 2017, another expensive process in the name of either a rerun, a fresh election and all that?
We'd be lying if we said people will just accept and move on. Because, for some, this was a last bullet per se. You get. And then secondly, he who alleges must prove. That's true. You have alleged there's a problem, so you have to prove it. And I believe the difference between us and Tanzania is that our democracy has grown over time. And that is why we are where we are. And the reason why the court system is there, so that we avoid issues of violence. Because someone might decide not to go to court and incite his supporters. And then supporters might end up causing mayhem. And we only have one Kenya. And for most of these people, like he said, will get on planes and leave. You'll be left here fighting one another. What happens to you, you know? At the end of the day, I believe the best recourse is going to court. Now, for them to go to court, they need two things to actually get a nullification. So they have to rely on data and evidence. So if they have data, they have evidence, then they will have something to go to court for at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Because, you know, as per the law, elections, the results are final at the polling station. So if there are issues there, your agents must have recorded the issues. You know, agents have a checklist, they have a guide. So if there are issues, you expect as EMU agents to have certain recorded issues on if, for example, a form was changed while they did not accept that change, that is one of the evidence you need. So at the end of the day, I hope they planned in case of a petition. But if they didn't, then they have an issue, because now the court relies simply on the data they bring forward, because they say the figures are not accurate.
Yeah.
So data is very important. And then secondly, they say that they are sure the system was compromised. So you have to prove that. Thirdly, the evidence that they are going to bring to court is really going to be important. And then fourthly, these commissioners who have an issue they say it is opaque. Right. So the report they bring forward, I'm pretty sure Zimi will rely on it in their petitions. And so they, like you said, they also have to have, they have to produce evidence at the end of the day, so that we move forward. Because at the end of the day, we have those who are celebrating, as your TV stations are showing, but we have those who deep down are hurting somewhere, because they believed in a certain cause, it hasn't gone their way, and they are Kenyans. And we need to move and heal together. The problem is that we are not away from elections, because I think it's next week.
Yes.
Mombasa, Kakamega. That in itself is going to be hot. So whatever happens between now and then will define how Mombasa and Kakamega go at the end of the day. Because we also have two constituencies, I think 2 or 3. So at the end of the day, we are not yet out of the election cycle. We are still there. But we are hoping whoever gets into office doesn't campaign on day one. Because we have had a government where they win an election and they go on campaign mode. So the entire time, whatever you promised, you don't embark on the promises, but you embark on capturing power again. And that is what we need to change in Kenya. People get elected to office, be it an MP, an MC or governor, and they start planning for the next election. What happens to your manifesto? What happens to your plan that you wanted to implement? So we need to finish with this Supreme Court issue. If it is nullified, an election is planned. If not, they accept. And then we move towards healing as a country, because we have to heal. We can't spend our entire life always campaigning, or because there's a certain tension. In as much as people won't talk about it, there's a certain tension. You don't know whether if I leave, I'll come back safe. You don't know where whatever might happen might catch up with you. So at the end of the day, what we ask for is peace. And the leaders need to tell the supporters to calm down. As, for example, the Azimio, as they seek the redress from court, so that we can be able to heal and move as a country. Because we only have one country. And the neighbor you turn against is the one that you've been living for the past 5 years. So why do you turn against your neighbor at the end of the day? Because of a sibling rivalry. And we are told these politicians are political cousins because they talk on phones, you know? And this one might lose, because if you even look at Sakaja and Igade congratulated him. Sakaja told him, let's have a coffee soon. So you fight, but these people meet up at the end of the day. So we need a process where everyone heals, both supporters. And we want those who have won to be magnanimous in victory. So that those who have also lost can actually feel as Kenyans. And whoever is sworn in, remember, you are the President of the Republic of Kenya, not of a certain area that voted for you. So that we remove this issue of we are not in government, we are out of we are sidelined. Because once you're sidelined, then it becomes the people versus the state. And that is where you have these issues of violence, demonstrations, and then you get these who are thieves, who tend to use that occasion to actually mug people and have a livelihood of that.
All right, so they would say that politics is a dirty game, John, and you are one of the few or many that subscribe to the fact that it's necessary that we overlook all this shenanigans and move on. But as Nordin would say, again, it's not an easy thing, because there are those ones who really, had counted on this very last moment, and it appeared as though it's a last bullet for them. It becomes hard to tell these people to easily go out there and say that it's over and done, when it is the commissioners themselves that are arguing. I mean, they put question marks on the entire process. We, again, do not overlook the statements of, or these commissioners have been planted, and therefore, as they get into the commission, they will go there to serve the interest of others. While it could be a dirty game, to be honest, for people who have gone through the constitutional process of getting them aboard could be planted to really set the country into a state of anarchy?
But before I come to that question, sort of to reinforce what my two colleagues have said, one of the issues that has come out, and I believe for those of us who've sort of been involved in the process of monitoring the elections, being an observer or being an agent, one of the things that Azimio did not do well is having agents. The issue is, at the time of the verification of results in Bomas, what was being required was you were having your agent sitting at that table where the verifications were being done. And the way you do it is you have to have a copy of, or copies of the 34A. And what has come out is a lot of these results, unfortunately, Azimio did not have copies. And that is why perhaps they're challenging and saying that we are not sure about the 34As that are on the portal. But the truth of the matter is, if at the point of the elections on Tuesday you had an agent, then it would have been possible for you to have been provided with a copy of the 34A, so that when person X from constituency Y comes in with a 34B and says these are the results from polling station X, then you're able to challenge and say, no. I was at the elections, and by the time the results were being announced on Tuesday evening, this is what was signed off.
Right.
What is this that you're bringing in? So it will be interesting to see how that plays out in the petition, which I highly doubt Azimio will bring, because I don't think there is a case there.
Okay.
But coming back to what you are asking, yes, it's true that of course we've been pummeled by COVID, now the elections, and people honestly are tired. As parents, we've been paying fees 4 times a year. Our kids are home most of the time. So I think there's that desire by a majority of Kenyans to move on, to get back onto with their lives. But at the same time, we have to acknowledge the fact that almost half the country did not vote for Dr. Ruto. But remember, when he takes the oath of office, and everybody else who has been elected, as much as I'm from a certain locality, you cease to represent only those people who voted for you, but rather you become a symbol of national unity as the president. So therefore, it's incumbent upon the president-elect, along with his government, to make sure that he tries to be that symbol, to be above the fray, and to recognize that he represents the entire country, all 50 million of us, regardless of whether we voted for him or not. And I'm glad that in his statement yesterday, he made that pledge that as much as you did not vote for me or you voted for me, I will strive to be the president of everybody. And therefore, that in itself gives us hope that we'll be able to move on. But yes, it's true that it's very, very difficult to ignore the sentiments of almost half the country that did not vote for whoever is in office, yes? So that is one. But number two, we also have to recognize the radical nature of our constitution, or the new constitution, the 2010 constitution, that by bringing in the county government system or structure, it has helped to sort of mitigate or ameliorate some of those problems that perhaps somebody deep in some region that did not vote for a particular presidential candidate, to feel that he is part of government because he is or she is represented within the structure of the county government. And therefore it is very, very important for us to recognize that the county governments provide an avenue that enables people to feel or to hold a government account, because as the constitution says, or structured, is that we have 2 levels of government, at the national level and the county government level. And the idea, when you look at the framers of the Constitution and try and understand the philosophy behind why they brought it in was to actually address that particular challenge, where if I'm sitting in a remote constituency somewhere, and I feel that most of them felt that they were marginalized, that they were not included in the national development and so on and so forth. The county governments are in place, or the idea of the county governments came into being to help sort of mitigate those challenges. So either way, yes, on the one hand, it's true that half the country did not vote for the president-elect, but also at the same time, we have to recognize that we have a radical constitution that puts into place and recognizes that fact, and therefore emphasizes that once you become president of everybody, all 50 million Kenyans. And then number two, there is the avenue of county governments that should enable us to feel part and parcel of the entire government.
I'd love for us to build on that conversation of unity and how then this is achieved some more. But first, allow us to, get the sentiments of Dr. Ojwang, who joins us, Dr. Duncan Ojwang, who joins us virtually. Briefly, of course, it would be important to get his view. He's been a staunch, believer in the bottom-up, of course, policy that has been presented by the Kenya Kwanza side, and therefore this appears to be a victory for them and above all for the people of Kenya based on the plans that they could be having. Dr. Ojwang, if you can hear me, first of all, your sentiments as to the events of yesterday, the entire duration of politics, that is the heart of it all, from the time of voting to this very day.
Yeah, thank you, Alera. I can hear you. I've been following also with a very able panelists and panel discussions. I think that the process played out dragged a little longer, but now in hindsight, we can see why the presidential RO dragged it for 4 days. Probably it was necessary. Because remember, the all voting, the all counting in the polling station happened by 8, 9, almost all polling stations in Kenya had their results. And those are the results. Those are the results. Then they went to the constituency again, another process where they were again announced. That took almost another extra day, then to the counties for those which went to the counties. And then eventually now at in Bomas. So the process of verification that was the last bit, took 4 days. Reasonable mind disagree about it. Whether the logistics is really the measures, sometimes we mistake logistical nightmare to being constitutional threshold or democratic tenet. Is it just lack of efficiency? But it worked out well, a little bit disruption here and there on the floor, not by people verifying the forms, but by the people in the gallery, for the politicians. A shouting match, moving from, if you have an issue, you just raise your hand, and there is a commissioner who come take your concern, and with that concern, then it's addressed because you launch a dispute. But instead, a shouting match, attracting the police, they take you out. In that way, you are not even helpful to your candidate. But you have kicked quite enough drama there and then. And then, of course, the last bit where the counting, the verification. And, I was in Bomas, some of the allegations that somebody has brought votes. No, votes are at the polling station, according to the Constitution and the law, and according to the 2017 interpretation, where Chebukati last election in 2017 had given so much weight on Form 34B from constituency And he was saying, yeah, there might be problem with 34As, but 34B correct them. And every justice basically rolled their eye and said, how? Because the results are 34A. If there is a mistake in 34B, we go back to 34A. And you don't even have powers to amend the 34A. You must go with that. So, of course, demystified the issue of Sava. People thought Sava is some house with darkness, with some centrifugal powers. Sava is not a space somewhere that you come and say, this is the Sava. So, him saying the results are in the portal became the Sava. And really, as Deputy President was saying, if anybody have done due diligence, even not due diligence, but any homework before, from Tuesday, you will come to Bomas knowing what the polling station results say. And therefore, you'll be very helpful in verifying that, no, this is what the tally shows. How come we are not getting this? Of course, as the results came out within 24 hours, I saw a tweet from Sifuna saying Azimio has won with a certain percentage. I engaged them, and they told me, no, this was text messages from our agent. By this time, Kenya Kwanza was downloading all those forms, saying even if you have issues, even if they are coming from our agent, yes, use it to verify, but these are the results. Tally this. Results on the portal. So then they move from getting raw data, maybe from agents, because those are not results, to downloading, but that they were not able to catch up with the process. So even as there were protests, it was very clear that they didn't know what is the result according to them. So then, of course, for the 4 days, RO Chebukati, the presidential RO returning officer, it does not make results. It simply declares the results. And yes, there is no constitutional requirement for the commission, even the quorum, because that is not, even verification of results is not a commission business. Okay. And even so then, we are in the Supreme Court, and we were shocked when they were telling us the quorum can be even 3, even assuming it's a commission business. So the servers then, proverbial server, so to speak, were opened, and were open for very long. So that if you have an issue, you go and say that your server is wrong. There is that algorithm. But they were in picture form. Okay. So they were not in word form. It is pictures direct from polling station. My polling station right in Rangwe had the results there, and you go and you download from 34A. Because the way the KIMS kit, as I conclude, the way the KIMS kit were made, once you swipe as the PO, it gives you opportunity to take the photo. That KIMS kit check for the 9 security features intact in that form, in the presence of all the agents, if they are there, and then it transmits. You can only do that once. You cannot go back later and change, even if it does not travel, because there is no internet. Whenever it gets internet, it will come through, but you can only do it once. And in fact, I'm forgetting, before you do that, there is also another layer of your password that is unique, that you were given that morning as a PO. So when you talk of a system that Europeans are saying, I have something to take home, when you talk of a system that Americans are saying, I've never seen it done like this. Of course, I think, to this credit I give, that he has led our election jurisprudence to this extent, where there is parallel tally. There is the manual and there is the digital. And they both worked. And they are both required, and there is no shortcut about it. And you use the manual, which is the form you have from your agent, to verify the digital copies that you find. And that is why, for some of us, we were saying, you cannot say that.
The network provider can misbehave sometimes, but really, really valid points right there. And so, gentlemen, allow us to take a short break, perhaps try and get a hold of Daktari once more, and then come back to the gentleman inside.
You are watching TV 47, the home of untold stories.
Sona moja imetengenezwa kwa njia spesheli ili kupambana na maumivu kwa haraka. Sona moja ina aspirin kama kiungo. Sona moja, kitulizo kamili. Maumivu yakizidi, pata ushauri wa daktari. Usiyakubalie maumivu ya misuli kukatiza ratiba yako. Kaluma Pain Balm ni dawa ya kusugua iliyotengenezwa kutoka kwa miche maalum ili kutuliza maumivu ya misuli. Kaluma Pain Balm. Shhh. Maumivu yakizidi, pata ushauri wa daktari.
Fire, fire.
Dimension, you got me in another time.
Despite being visually impaired, he is a jack of all trades. It is our quest to find answers on how to take care of children with special needs and those with disability. You do not need to see musical notes to understand music, but rather to have your soul feel the vibe.
Actually, for us to make a wheelchair, we have to take measurements of the user.
After doing my assessment, I get to know the parent, I get to know the heaviness she's carrying.
Disability comes at different stages of life.
How well do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates. Baraza la Siasa.
Ngesa hapa amechoma kabisa, anasema well, some of these people are called to State House and money exchange and you never know what happens next. Rogers Wakoli says the four commissioners, first I would want to thank them for being upright and of course standing out and speaking their mind to Kenyans. But of course they were in the panel where the results were tallying process, or this tallying process were actually taking place since day one. Why come out at this very last hour? Nikai Poi says the opaqueness then means it's null and void. This is going to be challenged in court and Baba will be the fifth. They still are hopeful for this. Kulieda says State House. I think that is a supporter of the DP and say that that is where it is that they're headed. Do we have Dr. Ojwang, or we can have the gentleman back? All right, okay, from Dr. Ojwang's sentiment, some of the things that we had already mentioned, of course, the next person to speak would weigh in on that, but most importantly on the question of peace. And I said that we will try and build that conversation further. Unity to us, just exactly what is it? Because we are looking at a scenario where previously we had elections, contested elections for that matter. And, if one is not able to challenge this successfully, then we see a clear opposition in Parliament and a clear opposition, that is there to always oversee what it is that government does, to challenge the government in some of the things that they do. But after the 2007-2008 general post-election violence, about 15 years, about 3 or 4 elections. I would want to count that one, of course, the 2007 one, and we do not forget the 2013 one, then to the 2017 one, and to this. There's been that, almost fail, or, that direction that Kenyans have taken, that, there's no unity if the other party is not, brought on board, if the other party is not enticed? And therefore, do you think with a Ruto government, then this is bound to happen, as he categorically states that it is unconstitutional for him to, think of a handshake, and therefore he's not going to have that direction? Are Kenyans ready, to get into an aspect of unity without such arrangements?
Linda, Kenya and Kenyans are not ready. Because if you look at what the president-elect is propagating for, is what I would call a pure presidential system, where in fact the winner apparently takes it all.
All right.
And you leave the person who has gotten almost half of the population. 7.1 against 6.9 is a mere 200,000 votes. You cannot wish away the 6.9 million others who voted for the other person. So it is quite unfortunate that our constitution advocates for, rather prescribes a pure presidential system where you have a president who sits there. Of course, you have an opposition who a lot of times has nothing other than oversight. So what do you do therefore within a pure presidential system with the second runners-up, the person who gets almost a similar number of votes like yours, which is partly why in 2017, before the handshake, we saw the Maandamano Wednesdays, where the former Prime Minister kept calling Maandamanos, and government would not happen.
Yeah.
Governing was a problem. Even for the president at the counties, you could see the gloom in terms of almost the country was torn into two. What we have failed to do is to build on our lessons. 2007, in fact, I don't remember any election in Kenya where lives have not been lost. Even this one, we probably have one or two people or a number. We will be listening and waiting to see how many people probably we have lost out of this election, depending on the circumstances. But in 2007, because you mentioned it, we even had the National Accord, where 6 Kenyans were taken to the ICC. And we moved further and had conversations around how to build our democracy and our politics. We had what was called the accord that generated 4 agenda issues, and we had long-term issues and short-term issues. Part of those long-term issues were, of course, the review of the Constitution, which was dealt with in 2010, on August 28th, when Kenyans promulgated a new Constitution. Within that Constitution, we failed to honor the office of the leader of opposition. So that this person, what do we do with Raila Odinga? Do we want to be having handshakes every day that more or less look like a gentleman's agreement? And you give him a wheel here, the motorcade with a few bodyguards, and people feel is comfortable. Then one time he told us, siwezi kalia nusu kapeti. Kapeti ni nusu, because even if you do it that way, the people who voted for him, the 6.9 million and the 5.8 in 2017 or whatever that number that was for the first election, would not feel comfortable. And you move further to the counties, because he spoke about county governments. The overemphasis, and if I could say oversensitization of the office of the president, that it is this gentleman who still has the wider majority, even in the National Assembly, the office that is supposed to appropriate resources that go to the counties. So a lot of times Kenyans have come to believe that if you don't have one of your own in that particular room where major decisions are being made, then you have nothing. So if you voted for Raila Amolo Odinga and you are part of those 6.9 million, and he is not in the room, then even chances that your county government will get something out of the government are so slim. So the overemphasis that we have put on the office of the president becomes a problem, and we have failed to honor the office of the leader of official opposition. That needs to be a rethought. And if you look at the BBI process actually made recommendations about giving honor to the office of the leader of opposition. Maybe give the person an office, because the leader of official opposition has to exercise oversight over the government. And even in my view, put in place a shadow cabinet, so that if you have a CS in charge of water in government, give the official leader of opposition also a CS in charge of water, so that the two of them can merge their manifestos. Azimio la Umoja had very good programs. Kenya Kwanza, UDA, also had very good programs. How do we merge these two programs? That is a space that I believe we need to continue having conversations.
But Kevin, on the very same note, and we understand that these spaces do not just happen, and therefore they would go back to the taxpayers. Possibilities are high, but then we're going back to the taxpayers' pocket to make sure that we fund these offices, to make sure that these gentlemen and ladies are compensated as to the duties that they are performing. Already a bloated government, already an expensive government that we have. Do we really want to create another one?
What you do, because if you look at the degree of ghost workers, even in this thing we are calling bloated government.
But what is the guarantee that then these ones will be done away with?
Having stringent mechanisms to audit our human resource, government, public service, generally auditing the public service. Because we have directors who have never been to office for over 17 years, but they get salaries. For example, in Nairobi City County here, we were told by one of the former governors that we have over thousands of people who don't report to work, number one. Number two, the amount of money that we lose out of corruption loopholes is money that if properly guarded and brought back for service delivery and strengthening enhancement of public service of the Republic of Kenya. Kenyans will be able to see that actually, yes, the government is working, but also the opposition is providing checks and balances which are of value and are of benefit to us. On the other aspect is also to look at the amount of investment that we put in governance and leadership. So by that I mean grants that also come through development partners and all that. A lot of that money goes directly to civil society organizations like ours to be able to strengthen mechanisms of oversight and accountability by the citizens. But that is only rests at the point of maybe writing a petition, doing a memorandum. The engagement with government, where you have government officers seated there and they are seated and citizens are seated on the other side and they are having good conversation, is normally very limited. And it is limited because most of our public participation laws also do not give strength to the citizens. And that's why government officers take advantage. As a chief officer of a county, I'll call Linda, Lela, and tell her, tomorrow we have public participation on the budget. Please come with 2 of your friends. Then I call John, I call Nurdin, I tell them, well, you can bring 4 people, we fill a room, then we have a conversation. Ultimately, we know that those are going to be biased discussions of a serious document called a county budget or a national government budget. Even at the national level, the budget process requires that you have medium-term reviews with citizens. But we no longer see serious engagements by government through Treasury and the Vision 2030 Delivery Secretariat bringing in citizens to a discussion table. And that is why now for the people who vote for the person who is not declared president, you feel like you are not part of government. Even now, if you look at social media conversations, people are like, oh, we'll be in the opposition for 40 years. Oh, we are done. In fact, if you are this tribe and that tribe and you didn't support UDA, you didn't support this other party, it is over for you. Yet, that is not how it is supposed to be. And our history, Linda, has actually taught us that way. Because if you look at certain parts of this country and the areas that are considered to have been opposition areas, the infrastructure is not as good as the areas where maybe a president has come from or serious officer from maybe Ministry of Roads or whatever have come from. So the degree to the extent that one of your own is not in government and has no room, you have no room for your voices to be heard, then makes it very difficult to tell people to accept and move on, which is why the person who is inheriting the presidency needs to really think through how to bring in everyone and ensure that you leave no one behind in your government.
A formidable Raila Odinga, one that clearly enjoys massive support in the country. 5 attempts to this unsuccessfully. But then again, you look at the results, they almost place us into a 50-50 manner in terms of numbers that he enjoys alongside those ones that are successful to get into government. What do you say or foresee, in this very current reign, if it's going to be, of Deputy President William Ruto, if these ones do not challenge this successfully at the level of the courts? I mean, we will need to tame Right Honorable Raila Odinga, or maybe from the handshake, from all this, and from it appearing to be the last bullet, he will say, I surrender, and decide to take a different course.
Taming Raila Odinga is not the easiest thing to do in this country. It really isn't, because you see, the guy has what do you call suicidal supporters. That is number one. And then he's a mobilizer by excellence. And you have to give it to him because he's been in this thing for a long time. So, and he always reinvents himself. That is the funniest thing. We all thought he was over after the election 2017. Then came the handshake. So you never know what he's up to. And people are now asking themselves, he's not spoken, what is he doing, where is he, what is he thinking? He's always, let's say he always has a plan, always. Right now, like rightfully said, it looks like it's his last chance, you know, because age is also not on his side, because right now he's older, he's a bit older. We are waiting to see what he's going to do. But I believe if he exits the stage, which we don't know, if, for example, he does, then you need someone as vibrant as he is. Because in a William Ruto government, you need an opposition that is actually
strong, up
to the task. Because if not, then he's going to have an easy ride, like the way the president had an easy ride his last term. Because at the end of the day, as we see it, there's a possibility of if once sworn in, William Ruto might control both houses of parliament. Then control the council.
But it's close to a 50-50 percentage-wise, if you look at this.
The thing is, there are those members of parliament who are going to be nominated, the 12.
Yes.
UDA has most members of parliament as a singular party.
Yeah.
So that they'll have a bigger share in those nominated slots. And then you look at, for example, that these independent candidates, you will find maybe someone was in a political party and then nominations were not done, or maybe they were not free and fair. They might rejoin that political party that they were in. You know, some are campaigning as independents, and at the back of their poster, there's a candidate they've put as a president.
Correct.
So you'd find they already have a side.
Yes.
They'll pick a side. So he might have, if he's sworn in, and if they challenge and it's not nullified, he might have an easy ride. And which we really don't want, because at the end of the day, we'll go back to tyranny of numbers in Jubilee, where the security bill was passed without concern or without care, whatever anyone thinks. What we need are checks and balances, like you rightly put it. You see, our constitution doesn't talk about an opposition, it talks about majority and minority. So when people say Raila Odinga is opposition leader, he really isn't. It's a role you take upon yourself because you've lost now, you are now part and parcel of the watchdog, or you're doing oversight. That is upon you. It's not an office that is given to you. There's no way you can point and say that is his office. There is no singular office. So at the end of the day, we need to have a vibrant opposition. I heard him say that he'll only consult the losers only when it comes to oversight. You realize he has no time or stories for handshake, you know. So we need a vibrant opposition so that you check how the government is run, for example. Because moving forward, there are promises he has made. How you achieve those promises is what they are going to check. The expenditure the government is going to incur. You realize? Because at the end of the day, we need to make sure that the government functions. And it will only function when someone somewhere is ready to blow the whistle. Because when nobody is blowing the whistle, they will go and do anything they want to do at the end of the day. So moving forward, I believe that as we wait to see what Raila Odinga might do, he might decide to leave Karen and just drive into Kibra and just exit and go back home, and he waits for the petition, or he might even not decide to show up until the petition is filed. So at the end of the day, what we want this country is, we're praying for peace. Because if you disregard peace, then violence will treat you in a very bad way. Because all these things we're being told, all these beautiful manifestos, a plan, the Azimio one, they can never be achieved where there's no peace. And we have seen from our neighbors, we've seen how things are. So we have to have one country. For example, if the deputy president is sworn in as president, his agenda will be seen with the appointments he make. From there, you already know his agenda, you know. So people are eagerly waiting to see if he gets sworn in, who are these people he'll appoint, for example, to cabinet. Because those are the people who are going to implement his agenda. That's number one. Then number two, as he rightfully said, there are always those people who feel like we are out of government. How do you make these 6 million people feel that you are all Kenyans? It was an exercise, your candidate lost, that is part of life, there's a winner and a loser, now come together and let's build the nation. That means he has to be what the constitution envisages as a president, a symbol of unity. You bring everyone together in that, because for the longest time ever, whoever has been in opposition, there's never been development.
Yes.
You see, the problem is, in as much as we have devolution, we have to be honest, the battle is for resources. That is the battle. We want this government so that we can also see what does it mean to be in government. Because, you know, everybody will say government is sweet. Now, this sweetness they've never tasted. They want to see the sweetness that comes to government. He talked about the sirens. Goes beyond sirens because at the end of the day, they want to feel like, hey, so this is what it means, you know?
Yeah.
You get appointments. You get resources.
It is sweet.
So that is why there's so much heartache right now. There's a sweetness. There's someone who enjoy this sweetness since they were in politics. They have those who have waited for this thing for 20 years. And every time they get to the finish line, someone comes and runs away with it. So they don't get what is it, because if it is numbers, they have it. If it is mobilization, they are the best in it. Even if you look at the last rally that was done in Nairobi, if you compare, and then you come and tell someone who's a visitor, imagine this guy is lost, this one's won. They wouldn't believe it. Because they say, this guy is always the front runner, even when you check on the polls. But right now, he's not the elect.
You know, lots of letters to the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. I'll ask you, John.
Yes.
That's what is this that he doesn't do right? I mean, I have like 4 letters. You know, this is where you went wrong. And you know, Kenyans will list all this. First of all, you went wrong in picking Martha Karua. You shouldn't have allowed President Uhuru Kenyatta to endorse you. Blah, 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 blah. Just what is this?
The reason that Raila Amolo Odinga has had a national profile, and I can go as far as saying that he is perhaps the only politician, of course, until Dr. Ruto came along, that has a national outlook, that has support or enjoys support up and down the country. That unlike the other leaders or most of the other leaders who have localized support, that Raila Amolo Odinga is the only man or the only person that so far has been able to garner support from across the country. So then the question becomes the one that you're asking, why is it that every time he gets, and when he's just about to hit the finish line, somebody else runs away with the prize?
It must be painful, man.
It must be very, very painful. We can all understand that. We can sort of empathize with him, and I know that he's going through a difficult moment as we speak, because this was his last bullet, so to speak. As much as there are those ones who will argue that 2017 was his last bullet, this time round, if you look at, and I wish our politicians were writing memoirs, because that would help us understand a lot of our history. That it would be very, very interesting to understand, because up until last year, you remember very well that Baba was very reticent, was very, very slow in acknowledging or saying or making the declaration that he'll be running. So there is a strong feeling in some quarters that perhaps as part of the arrangement for BBI, that they may have agreed with the president that you push for the BBI and I will support to make you the president. And perhaps that is what enticed him to run again. But in all honesty, it must be very, very difficult to be Raila Amolo Odinga. Now in the post-mortem period, then we'll have to sort of understand, or he will have to come to terms with where did he go wrong. Because you can list all manner of, because personally I remember sharing this with my colleagues and telling them that the biggest mistake he made, from my perspective, was to allow the president to be at the heart and soul of his campaigns and his elections. Because the president was not coming into this election season with a stellar performance or with a stellar record. There was many, many problems. Cost of living, as much as some of them, there's an argument to be made whether he had any control over, so things like COVID, the war in Ukraine and so on and so forth. But as a country, we've been hit massively by inflation, cost of living, expensive fuel, lack of fertilizers, failed rains, and so on and so forth. So by the time the president or the administration offered him the support, unfortunately, a lot of people are like, Uhuru Kenyatta, no. So by embracing Uhuru Kenyatta, he basically let the deputy president go scot-free, the then deputy president, because that allowed him to extricate himself but still be in government at the same time.
The irony of this, though, John, allow me to cut you short so we can take a quick break. The irony of it all is that the same deputy president is part of the presidency that may appear to have failed the people. And so why is it that this would cost the Right Honorable Raila Odinga and not cost this lucky man that one time that you try this, uko ndani, after this short break?
Despite being visually impaired, he is a jack of all trades. It is our quest to find answers on how to take care of children with special needs and those with disability. You do not need to see musical notes to understand music, but rather to have your soul feel the vibe.
Actually, for us to make a wheelchair, we have to take measurements of the user.
After doing my assessment, I get to know the parent, I get to know the heaviness she's carrying.
Disability comes at different stages of life.
How well do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with Heated Political.
John, Kevin, and Kagai. We will look at these three gentlemen, say President Uhuru Kenyatta, his reign, reminisce, and as well look back and to what it is that he's done for the country, what could have been of a possible Raila Odinga presidency, and as well as, a possible Ruto presidency. We will look into that. But before then, Kevin, that the Right Honorable Raila Odinga has tried, and he fits the bill. If you look at it, all odds would have pointed at him, to have been successful, not just on this one, but the previous ones. And that we are talking of the fact that, the coming in of President Uhuru Kenyatta to endorse him could have, in a way, bungled this, move that he has placed on board to try and again take the mandate from, the people of Kenya to run the government. And then the same, failures of the Jubilee can really be placed squarely on the head of Deputy President William Ruto. Why would this disadvantage the Right Honorable Raila Odinga and not Deputy President William Ruto?
Linda, I will be honest with you. And this is something that we have talked over and shared, even with the strategy team of Azimio la Umoja. The slow responsive nature that the team had.
Okay.
The Deputy President's team was very fast and quick, extremely furious to be able to engage with the citizens. Their engagement, because this is politics, was largely propagandish. And if you look at the response to your question, is therefore propaganda, because the presidency is one unit, and that unit is the president and your deputy. That is why when you're elected, the IEBC requires you to give us a name of your running mate.
Yeah.
It is a mate, like a husband and a wife. When you want to divorce, in fact, in this matter, the law does not even give you room to change your running mate.
Yeah.
Marital laws, you can divorce and go to the AG chambers. And now we have a very strong marriage law that guides even that strengthens marriage. To that extent, it becomes very difficult for the DP to get off the failures of President Uhuru Kenyatta. And it is quite unfortunate that in most of the areas he was going to, for the successes, he was saying, tulikuwa tumepanga kufanya hivi na ndugu yangu, tena bosi yangu nampenda sana, lakini kuna mtu aliletwa. But Azimio was not so quick to deal with the issue of huyu mtu mwenye ameletwa. Mbona huyu mtu ameletwa? There are issues within the marriage that you are not telling the people.
Okay.
What therefore PDU did, Presidential Delivery Unit, was to provide a big document of over, I think, 722 pages. Who in the village will read 722 pages
to know what the
called the
president has
Uhuru
done?
Kenyatta legacy?
Legacy.
You know?
Yeah.
And we said, break it down. Cost of corruption. 2 billion shillings per day. The president spoke about it, and we expected that PDU would pick it and break it down. You don't have roads because money has been stolen. So 2 billion shillings, what can it do for 47 counties? UDA picked it up and said, munasema pesa imeibwa. Okay? Nani ameiba hiyo pesa? Sisi tunaona kama war on corruption is being weaponized and personalized.
Okay.
Azimio slept on the job because who is personalizing it? When policemen were being sent to go and arrest people like Oscar Sudi,
Yeah.
Azimio should have picked it up and said, we want to deal with people who are presumably corrupt. They slept on the job. But every day, a sitting deputy president was out there propagating the propaganda around huyu mtu mwenye ameletwa. So, the slowness, which I would basically sum up as communication. Azimio la Umoja's team failed to communicate effectively.
Yeah.
The deputy president brought up a narrative which we tried to ravish and to bring down, called the bottom-up, because there is no bottom-up economy for Kenya. The devolution has given us the best mechanism to deal with bottom-up economy. No government, and he said in 100 days, in the event that his win is not nullified in the Azimio petitions, we will be watching to see how many families will have monies in gunias, in bags, in their homes given to them by a Ruto presidency. It is not possible. The only way to do that is through the budget.
Yeah.
Azimio la Umoja, One Kenya Alliance, failed to take Kenyans through the budget process to understand how the bottom-up economy works. What they said is that Mheshimiwa Martha Karua and the former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga are the fathers of devolution.
Yeah.
So what? What are the benefits of being a father who cannot provide food?
Okay.
Who cannot give us medicine when we are sick? Who cannot provide roads when it is raining and we can't go to the hospital? Who can't give us money for school fees? Who ensures that schools are closed 1 million times in a year? Break down what this father of devolution means, because when Raila was fighting for devolution, a chunk of those who are voting in this election, Linda, were not there. So make it relate to them. And in fact, we went through the streets last evening trying to observe and see how people are rejoicing. Most of those who are on the streets were young people who probably were voting for the first time. Sasa we unakuja wanaambia father of sijui reforms, what. It doesn't relate. But Ruto went and said, Mheshimiwa Ruto went and told them, you don't have money because the government is targeting me. Remember at the presidential debate, he told us that people in West Pokot and in Baringo are being killed because he's being punished by government. Azimio failed to counter that because we have a government that does not discriminate on anybody. The government that is going out every day to deal with criminals.
Yeah.
Azimio should have said, these efforts are not because the government is punishing anyone. It is because we have criminals that we have to deal with.
Okay.
But they slept on it. But then lastly, I think that the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, the choice to work with President Uhuru Kenyatta, one, was a public outcry.
Yeah.
Businesses cannot be standing still because you are calling for demonstrations, So find a working mechanism.
Okay.
He got in because he thought, I've been winning these elections. 2007, I won, stolen. 2013, I won, stolen. 2017, probably won, stolen. And then you were told deep state is the reason why you are winning. Why you are not winning? It is deep state that the guy was saying, unafika kwa front line, and then deep state comes and fix it. So let me get in and work with the deep state and see whether this deep state will help me. Azimio la Umoja, One Kenya Alliance, failed to demystify the deep state and help Kenyans, how the deep state would help the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga to win the election. Uda Camp went and said, wanasema wao ni deep state. Lakini hakuna deep state ambao inashinda wananchi wa Kenya. Now if you tell people that, my friend, they will vote for you. So unfortunately, people are saying deep state slept, was unable to help him hack the system, was unable to help him push the commissioners to agree and declare him the president. And we have a president-elect.
Was the deep state really with the Right Honorable Raila Odinga? Babu Owino at this rate would argue otherwise.
The guy can tell us.
Was it really with him?
We already know, because at the end of the day, if you look at this handshake, two people benefited. One, the president. He was able to have a peaceful term, the last term. Two, Kenyans were able to go around with their lives and work and do ABCD in as much as the economy was hard. But the one person who got hurt was the former Prime Minister, because all the baggage from Jubilee was put on him. You can't attack certain issues, because when you attack them, when people look at you, the chairperson of your coalition is the president. So for someone to call you a puppet, it's very easy. You say that one is being forced upon us. So the propaganda, as he says, was easy to sell, because you just say that is a project. The president doesn't want to go home. He wants to rule from outside. He just lives next to State House. So he'll be going via the gate to just go and continue. And then, he said...
They even said the gate has been open.
The gate has been open. He said... and then he said, I have been a consultant to the president. And then that brought issues. Then he came and clarified and said, sometimes the advice is taken or not taken. But in mine, he'll also be an advisor. Then people say, the same person that we are crying over these things will advise you. So it's an extension. So UDA will run with that and say, you see what we are telling you, we'll continue. The president is just going to be the president. So at the end of the day, like he rightfully said, the problem is those who work with Baba, they know that Raila has a following. Raila has people. And so sometimes there's some laxity, because they take that for advantage and become maybe too arrogant. And because they know he has support. So the way they work, in as much as they work hard, they also don't work smart. Because you are working hard, but you're forgetting that you also have to work smart. In as much as he always wins, look at why he doesn't win. Because you don't protect their vote. Or you don't seek enough votes to make sure, even if someone does anything mischievous behind, they will not be able to take away the victory from him. Because he always has, if you look at those who get elected via ODM, most of them it's because of Raila, not because of them. Because they are seen to support Raila. They say, I work for Raila. And because his supporters love him, they will vote for Raila because he's 6-piece, because of Baba, took a 6-piece. So at the end of the day, some of his team disappoint him. And that is clear from what we are hearing. Like, for example, in this election, the areas didn't have agents. How will you win an election without agents in areas where you need, to protect a vote, or areas where your competitor has a large following? You need agents there so that you make sure whatever is being recorded is legit. Because once it lives there, there's nothing that can be done at Bomas.
But before the agents, and we have had the stakeholders in this election, the government itself coming out to, tell Kenyans that we are going to guarantee you a free and fair process. When you hear Babu Owino say this, and I think that's the reason why I said he would perhaps be arguing otherwise, President Uhuru Kenyatta, you must act now. Or was it a long con? And he says Baba has won the elections, just protect his win. What's the point of Kenyans voting if we rig out the winner? Aside from the IEBC, these stakeholders, just how much do they have a stake in making sure that Kenyans have a free and fair process before it even gets to the agents protecting the process? Protecting the win.
At the end of the day, that is an allegation that someone wants to steal. So like I said, he who alleges must prove.
Let's focus on that first bit. President Uhuru Kenyatta, you must act now. Just how powerful is the president of this?
It's the same thing in 2002. Those who are saying they thought Moi would come back and do something for Uhuru. You realize it's something the same that is happening again. They felt maybe something wrong is happening somewhere, and they expected the president to either take charge You realize that is why he's saying protect the win. So he has to show that they had already won. That is why you see this court case will be very interesting to follow, because one, they have to show the figures that they have, how they believe these were the legit figures, and then how those were changed to what we have now, and in between who did what and at what time and why, because now that is where those commissioners at the side come in, because they also say those opaqueness. They are saying that, and we need to know where the opaqueness started, because they are part of the people who are announcing the results at Bomas.
Linda,
we saw some of them announcing results.
Let me help my good friend. He has been my good advisor on legal issues many times. Yes. Before John maybe says something. Yes. The reason why Mheshimiwa Babu Owino is saying that is because of the deep state mentality.
Factor. Okay.
The deep state factor. NASA believed that their win in 2017, yes, that's NASA, because CORD was 2013.
Yes.
That both ends, CORD in 2013 and NASA in 2017, believed that it is the deep state, this thing, this mysterious animal we are calling the deep state, that took away their win. Yeah? The Babu Owino, remember that even as he's saying this, he had a live case, of having shot somebody. And apparently it is the deep state that helped salvage him. So there are politicians in this country who believe that the government must be able to do certain things. On this issue, even when Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga was shaking hands with President Uhuru Kenyatta, remember that there are people in ODM who questioned this handshake. And they were told, don't worry, the journey is still very long. We will need this gentleman one day.
Right.
So the day when they need water to drink, when the journey towards Canaan is being very dry and murky, the gentleman who is supposed to supply the drinking water is not there. So Babu is saying, but how come when it comes to your side, you are too quick to carry water and send camels and carrying donkeys, carrying jerrycans of water to give to your people. But right now we are dying and we are thirsty and you're not even saying anything. That's why Babu Owino is saying, President Uhuru Kenyatta, you must do something now, or was it a con? And remember that there are even people who recorded videos when just a few months to the formation of Azimio as a coalition. And they said, we think the president is conning us. We don't trust this gentleman. And it was a big debate. Even here, we spoke about Robert Alai's tweets and all those things, right? Because there's this belief that the incumbent has certain mysterious powers, including Gishu, including the police, including even influencing the IEBC commissioners. Intelligence. The president receives intel reports every day at 8 o'clock. They expected that the president should be able to know that the President Raila, the former prime minister's votes, are being stolen. Okay. And so Babu is asking, because apparently he's the only one who from that cocoon that Kagai is referring to as Raila's supporters is as bold. Remember, I even stood one time and abused the president. Kauliza watu mtoto wa nyoka ni nini, sijui mtoto wa paka ni nini. Those are things that not any other person can be able to say. So maybe Babu, out of his own courage and the hindsight of what he thinks is happening, decided to say, the president, you must do something out of it.
And you know, John, it takes me to a point, and I don't know how this argument or question will be helpful in this debate. But if you've been following on, the political events in the country, you must have heard at some point in time that, after the coup, some people somewhere sat and they declared that this man is not going to ever see the presidency in this country. Have you heard of such?
There's a lot of things that have been said and that are out there. Part of what my colleagues are calling propaganda. There's a lot of propaganda out there. The issue of the deep state and whether it's possible, sort of to reinforce what my colleagues have said, is that perhaps they bought or they overbought the idea of a deep state, that there is a certain shadowy group of people, or probably one man, or probably two, we don't know the number, but that have the capability to influence and play around with things like we are chess pieces on a chessboard, that they say move this one to that place and so on and so forth. So that idea that perhaps some men, because when you look at it, honestly, most of those people who may have been in that meeting that say the bubble will never be, most of them are either retired or dead, because we're talking about 30, 40 years ago, or perhaps very, very old and infirm at home, retirement. So I don't think
can we hold that thought there?
Yes.
Can we hold that thought there and briefly cross over to Naivasha? Okay. Just feel the mood there, Kidogo, and then back to studio. Willie Dennis Njero, good morning. Willie, if you can hear me.
Thank you very much, Linda Alela, in the studios in Nairobi. As we have been doing this initially before the elections, before August date 9, we continue to do the same, and the mood here is just fantastic. I'm in the main market in Naivasha town, where I meet many vendors, as you can see, and in the wholesale and retail market, and the business is as usual here. Everything back to normal. We had celebrations and jubilations running after the announcement of the 5th President of the Republic of Kenya by the IEBC, and that ran until almost midnight. But as the situation is as of this morning, business is back to normal across the town. No ugly incidences, no more jubilations, but all citizens are back to work. And would like to have an interaction with the locals here, just to have their insight of where we are as Naivasha residents at the moment. Sister, nieleze jina la kwako, alafu hali iko aje sasa?
Mimi naitwa Selina. Ni huwa nauza hapa Managu. Tuko hapa Naivasha. Sisi hatujaona ubaya yote. Hata kama jana tulisherekea, kuna wenye walisherekea na kuna wenye hawakusherekea, lakini sisi tumeamua kama Wanaivasha tumerudi kwa kazi yetu kama kawaida. Kwa maana hatutategemea mrengo fulani eti ilishinda ama haikushinda. Sisi bora kazi yetu iendelee. Shida yenye iko moja, hakuna mizigo. Magari hakuna yenye inapatikana inatuletea mzigo. Kwingine kazi haijarudi normal, lakini kwa saa hii sisi hapa Naivasha tuko sawa, tuko na amani, tunaendelea na kazi yetu. Hatujalishi ni mrengo gani ulishindwa ama ulipata, lakini sisi tuko sawa, tunaendelea na kazi yetu.
Asante.
Yes.
Haya, wacha tumsikie dada. Jina la kwako, sister?
Kwa majina naitwa Rosemary. Mimi ni mkaji hapa Naivasha. Mimi nilifurahia sana ya kwamba wananchi wetu wa Kenya wamechanuka. Hawana furugu wala chochote. Mwenye ameshindwa akubali ameshindwa, na sisi kazi inaendelea. Yeah.
Wanasema kwamba mizigo haiji. Wale ambao labda walikuwa na wasiwasi eneo la Naivasha litakuwa na vurugu, wamesitisha kukosa kufika hapa kuleta mizigo yao. Wewe unaweza waeleza nini kwa sasa?
Ndio walikuwa na wasiwasi, lakini hakuna chochote. Nawaambia kwenye muko nyinyi wote, tokeni tuendelee na kazi. Mtokelezee sasa tuendelee na kazi.
Hali ikoje sasa?
Saa hii iko swali, iko sawa kabisa. Yeah.
Asante. Mama, Naivasha wanasema wamekomaa kisiasa. Jina la kwako na kushikia microphone.
Kwa majina naitwa Masi. Naivasha tumekomaa kisiasa. Kila mtu alijionea, na sisi tulienda kwa election tukafanya kazi yetu. IEBC imefanya kazi yao, sisi tunataka amani. Juu tukipigana sisi ndio uumia. Like now nimekuja kuleta mizigo, nipeleke mahali na uzianga, na sisi tuko na amani, hatuna ubaya wote. Yeah.
Sasa mizigo imekuwa adimu, haipatikani. Sijui utaweza kueleza nini wale ambao wanawaletea mizigo?
Wale wanaleta mizigo Naivasha, mko karibu, sisi tuko na amani, msiogope tena. Juu kazi yetu tulifanya, na Mungu amefanya venye aliona kuna stahili, kwa hivyo amani iko Naivasha. Yeah.
Jana ulitoka kusherehekea?
Okay, I was very busy mahali nilikuwa, lakini nilikuwa na TV yangu ya simu na nilishangilia na nikasema usukani mwenye alichukua na tukumbali sisi wote, juu tukitokea kuchoma vitu ni sisi tunaumia. Wale wakumbwa maisha yao inaendelea sawa, sisi ndio wajinga tukitokea kuumizana. Yeah.
Haya, wacha tumsikie kutoka kwa ndugu hapa. Jina la kwako ndugu? Hali Naivasha iko vipi?
Naitwa James. Mimi ni muuzaji hapa, nafanya biashara ya kuuza nyanya. Tunashukuru Mungu, uchaguzi umeisha. Sasa tumerudi kazi. Kila kitu iko normal. Kenyans, we have shown that we have truly matured in terms of politics. That was democracy. Na tunashukuru Mungu kwa sababu kila mahali tunaona watu wakisherehekea, lakini at the end of the day, when all is said and done, sisi wote ni wa Kenya. Turudi kazini, tujenge taifa letu. tuweze kuwashika watu katika kila kaunti. We make sure that tunashikana na kila mmoja, iwe ulikuwa unaegemea mlengo fulani, tushikane zote pamoja, tuendeleze Kenya, tuende mbele. Maana Kenya ni yetu sisi zote, hatuhami.
Rais wa tano amesema kwamba ushindi huu ni ushindi kwa Wakenya wote. Mwito wako kwa mirengo ambayo ilikuwa inakabiliana kisiasa, mwito wako kwa Wakenya wenzetu ni upi?
Katika kila mashindano kuna yule ambaye anashinda, na hiyo ndio sababu inaitwa ni mashindano. Kuna yule ambaye anashinda, hata iwe tutafika wapi, kuna yule ambaye atakuwa ndiye kiongozi. Mwito wangu kwa kila Mkenya ni ya kwamba hata kama mwenye alishinda siye mwenye nilikuwa ninaunga mkono, tuweza rejelea hali yetu ya kawaida, tuonyeshane ukomavu wetu katika kisiasa. Afrika nzima, duniani kote wakitutazama waone hiyo sio ile Kenya ambayo walikuwa nadhania. Maana nafahamu ya kwamba kuna wengi sana walikuwa wametazamia kuwe na vita, kuna utabiri na kuna predictions zilitolewa katika mitandao kuhusu Kenya, lakini tunaona ya kwamba Kenya tuko mbali. Kuna mahali ambapo tumetoka, kuna mahali ambapo tumefika, na tunashukuru sana kwa sababu saa hii tuliona hata Kisumu kuna watu wanasherehekea, tunaona kule katika Mombasa kuna watu wanasherehekea. Yani unaona katika kila eneo la Kenya kuna ukomavu wa kisiasa tumeuona, maana tumevuka mahali ambapo ni kiutoto, naweza sema hivyo. Tulikuwa na ule uchanga, bado tunaendelea kukomaa kisiasa. Lakini sasa mahali ambao tumefikia, miaka ambao tunakuja baadaye, yaonekana Kenya tutakuwa sasa tushajumudu.
Asante. Ndugu, kwa nisimekuweka sana nisikufungie, jina la kwako?
Okay, kwa majina naitwa Nemuel Oyagi, mimi ni mkaji wa hii soko Naivasha, na nimefurahia katika IEBC kwa kazi yenye walifanya. Tulikuwa na mirengo tofauti, lakini jana tulishikana pamoja, wenye walishindwa na wenye walishinda wote tukashana tu pamoja, na tukafanya kazi, tukasherekea, tukasema mwenye amechaguliwa ndio rais wetu.
Asante sana kwa muda wako ndugu. Linda, that is the situation. As you can see behind me, we have a lot of deliveries of farm produce. As you can see around here, everything is very back to normal, and we are just hopeful as the situation remains as such, and this shows a lot of sense of maturity in Kenyan politics, especially in a zone that was regarded as a hotspot in the initial elections that have had taken place in this country. We wished that this would be the situation and not anything else, as it had been predicted, as we have seen international media strategically located at some of these places that were perceived to be hotspots, and right now it is just good for Kenyans in maturity of Kenyan politics. Linda, I take it back to you in studio. Perhaps we catch up later in the bulletins ahead. Back to you, Linda.
All right, well, a beautiful scene to see right there. That is in Naivasha. Thank you so much, really, Dennis, for the updates from that end. But to an unfortunate occurrence as well, update right here is that the missing Embakasi East IEBC official's body has been found dead in Kajiado, and this has been confirmed by one of the sisters, and so we'll be getting more updates. That is the IEBC official of Embakasi East who went missing sometime during this process of election, Daniel Musyoka, and so we'll be giving you more updates as and when they get to hit the desk. From that very moment, or from that very unfortunate update, let's take a short breather and then we come back for more.
Despite being visually impaired, he is a jack of all trades. It is our quest to find answers on how to take care of children with special needs and those with disability. You do not need to see musical notes to understand music, but rather to have your soul feel the vibe.
Actually, for us to make a wheelchair, we have to take measurements of the user.
After doing my assessment, I get to know the parent. I get to know the heaviness she's carrying,
disability comes at different stages of life.
How well do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates. Baraza la Siasa.
Hiyo kitu azungumzie, angalie hali ya maisha ya watu.
Informative health discussions. Business, farming. Tasty Wednesday, Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs,
waimbaji, kuna comedians, alafu kuna wajinga,
and music bands every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m.
Welcome back to the broadcast. We still have Nordin Kagai as well as Kevin Osido and John Wangunyu. Gentlemen, yes, you've heard. And I think by yesterday we had all over news the family asking to know the whereabouts of their loved one. But this is the report that we receive. Without delving much on that, because it's a developing story and therefore we'll get more updates, where does it place us as a country?
Well, first of all, if the once the news have been, all the details have been confirmed, I think we should sympathize first with the family, commiserate with them if that is what happened. We'll know the circumstances under which, and it is quite shameful that a man had to die because of elections. Remember from 2017, the charge of ICT, late Chris Musando, died because of elections. I don't think it's right that for a democracy like ours, that we've made so many strides over the years to find ourselves in this situation where an innocent man just doing his job, a father, a husband, a brother, a sister to many, that you find yourself losing your life because of your job. It's wrong. It shouldn't happen like that. We shouldn't be a country that every election cycle we should expect somebody from the body managing our elections loses their life because of simply doing their job, because that is not right.
All right. And I know you had not exhausted your argument prior, and we'll come back to that. But yes, just look and briefly on this matter, and as well the scenes that we witnessed yesterday in Bomas. You know, while people were laughing, really these ones are not beautiful scenes to see. And to be honest, I might be coaxed to agree with what it is that the ladies say and the gentlemen that have just spoken to us from Naivasha, that Kenyans have matured democratically, because just watching that on TV could have triggered something even worse across, but we really did not subscribe to this.
Linda, it was expected that when all these governors, senators and MPs and women reps and even MCAs are cleared at their levels, the county, the constituency and the county levels, they would rush to Bomas. And it was an unfortunate scenario, quite dishonorable, despite the fact that there were honorable members who were engaging in this. Kenyans did not have to be treated to the kind of drama that we saw happening yesterday. But I am sure that probably there are good reasons why events unfolded the way they did. IEBC owes it to Kenyans to provide an extensive report about how things transpired at the National Tallying Center, because Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga's agent, chief agent, so Itabao Lekin actually walked to the podium, a very secure area, and spoke to the nation, said, I wish to declare that Bomas of Kenya is now as a crime scene. You know, those are not very palatable things, especially until the event where we saw the president-elect being declared. And interestingly, IEBC just ignored it, and nobody told Kenyans anything in terms of why is he saying it that way. Of course, before that, we had seen scenes of Mheshimiwa Pasaris maybe trying to drag some gentleman and police, then anti-riot police were called in. To be honest with you, because IEBC is being paid by Kenyan people, it is our taxpayers' money. They owe Kenyans an explanation. And the unfortunate bit of it is that we normally do this, we accept and we move on. 2017, just spoke about my good friend Chris Musando died, and up to today, Kenyans don't know.
The IEBC must be having a legal team.
Exactly,
Have they pushed
do.
for this?
They have a big legal team, and IEBC should not just be working in isolation. They are working with other people, including DCI and all this. IEBC owes it to the people of Kenya to communicate effectively. Madam Tabitha Mutemi needs to strengthen and pull up her socks and strengthen the communication team to communicate with Kenyans. Of course, it's unfortunate that now the Embakasi East returning officer has been found dead. Elections don't have to cost people's lives. Unfortunately, here in Kenya, they are so high-octaned and heavily invested. The officials that manage the elections, as much as the returning officer, are permanent staff, but it could happen to anyone, even a clerk. These are volunteers. There are people who are like teachers who have sacrificed their lives to give it to the people to teach. They wake up every day despite the difficult circumstances, sometimes no roads. A teacher, even if it is raining, they will walk to the schools and teach. An officer of IEBC should not be targeted. These are some of the lessons that we are learning, that they also need to be given enhanced security so that we are able to, as much as we strengthen the processes of elections, but we also ensure that the democratic governance of the human resource aspects of the process is also safely guarded. So my condolences go to the family of Bwana Musyoka. It is quite sad. But these are the calls for electoral justice. As much as we talk about the winner, the winner and the loser, who wins with a minor majority, what happens to the families of Chris Musando, the family of Mr. Musyoka, the families of other people who probably might have lost their lives in this election, the businesses that are probably being destroyed somewhere. As much as we are seeing stories of peace and calm in Naivasha, we want to appeal to the security infrastructure as well to go out there, because we have seen videos of people who are trying to mug people around. Those are criminals, and the law must take its course, and the law must be seen to be taking its course. They should be arrested and charged heavily as a deterrent measure. But the calls are there that we exercise peace, exercise restraint. We have had observers observing this process. They continue to observe in certain areas, and we have engaged with county commissioners. We are engaging with county commanders to send their troops to go and deal with people who want to take advantage of the peace and the calm that Kenyans are having now.
You know, first and foremost, let me send my condolences to the family. It's very sad. I think it's more or less like we need to add working for IEBC as one of the 1,000 ways to die. It's like when you join there, your life is at risk from the get-go. You know, once you get your oath of secrecy. So at the end of the day, this shows you our politics. Elections in Kenya are not to serve the people, but to capture power. That is a travesty. So it's always a do or die. If I can't, somebody will pay the price. And we need to move away from that. We just talked about Musando here. Nothing ever happened we don't know what happened to him. It just ended. And that's what happened. It's like we have goldfish memory in this country. Something happens, give it a few days, or it trends, then we just forget. I don't think we tend to forget. We bury our heads in the sand, and that's why we are more or less like a gaslight nation. Something small just gaslights everything. Right now, everything is cool and calm. But you never know. That is simply because of these many historical injustices. So many people, families have lost their loved ones. Nobody tells them what happens to them. But what is so interesting is that during campaigns, we are told about how somebody knows who did what to who. But they never come forward with the information. But they always spend time during the campaign period to tell us, oh, by the way, we know who did what to so and so. So if you know, why is a family living in anguish? Because the more you remind them, the more they know that, you know what, in this country, you can do anything and get away with it. And we need to move away from that. Now we are going to have a new government. Either way, whether through the elect or through a petition and another elect. But at the end of the day, what happens to the many historical injustices? What happens to those who have lost loved ones? Because to date, so many families haven't forgotten. They're forgiven, but they haven't forgotten. What do you tell his family, Mr. Musyoka's family right now? A person who was tasked to do a certain job so that he can fend for his family. And then now they have to fend for themselves because now no one will tell them what really happened, sadly. This thing will just go and it will disappear or end. And then something crops up tomorrow, trends, and we're forgotten about him. So we need to solve electoral injustices. We need to solve historical issues, be it land, be it extrajudicial killings, be it whatever, because we are a country that has not healed. I dare say that. And that is why, if you look at Bomas yesterday, the choir was just singing about peace. The entire time. It's like we are going to war. It's like the country's on the verge of war. Our missiles are ready. But now we're just singing about peace. Or it's like we are expecting an attack from outside. The choir songs were just about peace. If you walked into Kenya, you'll be like, what is going on in this country? That shows you this is a very sensitive nation, in that people live just because they are there. They're like, let's just forget what happened. Let's just move on. But that is a gaslighter nation. Something small can erupt the entire place. So we need to solve these things once and for all. Those who have done certain acts of injustices need to be brought to book so that people can move on. Because I dare say, when the family of Musando wake up and they see what they're seeing today, it reminds them about it.
That's true.
They are keen. So at the end of the day, we really need to change the way we do things, and so that we don't wait for another 5 elections or another 5 years. Then when you get to Bomas, we're still singing about peace.
And it looks like the choirs were actually singing to the people who were watching TV.
Yeah, exactly. Because guys were fighting in there.
Yes,
just to reinforce what Kakai was saying.
John, allow me to cross, because I'm told that the people who are there have to rush somewhere. So let's just allow them to as well tell us what they feel about the whole thing. And I mean, this one is a county that equally is not at peace, because they have to go out there and elect their own governor in a few days. Violet.
Yeah, thank you so much. We are coming to you live from Kakamega County. Yesterday, a few minutes after Deputy President William Ruto was declared as the president-elect, there was jubilation in Kakamega town. There was jubilation in Kakamega town where, the supporters led by Senator Cleophas Malala were in town protesting, just celebrating for whatever had transpired, of course, after IEBC Chair Wafula Chebukati had announced that Deputy President William Ruto was president-elect in Kakamega County. He got a number of votes compared to 2017, where he was, vying as a deputy. He was with President Uhuru as, rallying behind President Uhuru at that time in 2017. They got only 11.5% of the vote, but right now he got a number of votes here in Kakamega, and there was jubilation, as I said. Let me just bring in some of the locals. You get to hear their sentiments. What is your take on everything? I mean, how do you feel after Deputy President William Ruto was declared as president-elect?
As per now, I can say that let me just accept the outcome that has just come, because I was not for Ruto. But whatever has come, let me accept, because Ruto said hatupangwingwi, sasa Ruto anatupanga. Ruto sikukupenda, lakini sasa imenibidi nikupende kwa sababu wewe ndio Mungu amekuchagua. Vile ulisema Mungu ndio huchagua viongozi. Na sasa Ruto, na kuomba sasa utuongoze vile inatakikana, kwa sababu ukituongoza vibaya hii Kenya, Mungu atakudai chenye utakuwa umetutendea. Kama ulitudanganya na hizi ahadi zenye uliweka, hakika uko mashakani, kwa sababu sisi hatuwezi lolote, but Mungu mwenye alikuchagua atatuwezesha kudeal na wewe. Sasa wewe Ruto, vile umepewa hii kiti cha uongozi, jaribu ufanye yale ambayo yanampendeza Mungu, ndio watu warudishe imani na wewe. Kuna watu wenye hawakupendi kabisa, lakini sasa kwa sababu matokeo yametokea, hatuna budi bali kukubali wewe na utuongoze vile inatakikana.
Umesema kwamba wewe ulikuwa hamungi mkono, kwa ina maana kwa labda pengine ulikuwa unaunga mkono ule mrengo mwingine, ya?
Ndio, nilikuwa naunga Raila Amolo Odinga, huyo ndio nilikuwa ninajua kwamba atapata hiki kiti.
Kwako wewe kama mfuasi wa Raila Odinga, IEBC iliweza kutoa matokeo na kumtangaza Ruto kama rais. Kwa hiyo unaona IEBC shughuli nzima ya uhesabu kura ilikuwa sawa, ilikuwa wazi?
Kulingana na maoni yangu, jinsi nilivyokuwa naona runinga, haikuwa wazi kabisa, kwa sababu kuna baadhi ya wale wafuasi wa IEBC walijitokeza wakasema kwamba hii uchaguzi sio wa haki, kwa sababu hiyo form 34B haikupeanwa kwa kila mtu adhibitishe kwamba hii form ni sawa ama si sawa.
Okay, sawa, acha tuzungumze na wengine. Naomba kaka usonge kwako majina, alafu hisia zako ni zipi baada ya Ruto kutangazwa kuwa rais wa hapa nchini Kenya, rais wa 5?
Kwa majina ni Joel Musa na natambulika town hapa kama jina langu kama Ben. Hilo ndio jina linatambulika town. Hisia zangu upande wa Rais William Samoei Ruto, hiyo nilikuwa nimeshajua tu atapita. Sikuwa nimeona mtu mwenye anaweza pinga yeye. Niliona hesabu zenye zilikuwa zimepigwa nikaona tu huyo ndio rais. Upande wangu.
Okay. Hapa Kakamega tumeona kuna utulivu haswa tangu jana baada ya kutangazwa hadi sasa. Wito wako ni upi kwa Wakenya kwa sasa?
Hapa Kakamega hapa watu wengi walikuwa naunga William Samoei Ruto mkono, lakini chini ya maji, sababu watu wa Azimio wengi walikuwa wamepanga kutoa mambo na vita. Lakini sisi hapo Kakamega tulikuwa watu wa William Samoei Ruto.
Wito wako ni upi kwa hususan masuala ya usalama na vile vile amani kwa wananchi wakati huu ambapo tayari washatangaza urais?
Hapa Kakamega hatujaona mambo na vita. Watu wamekubali matokeo the way ilikuja.
Sawa sawa. Acha nizungumze na kaka mwingine, naomba usonge kidogo.
Kwa majina naitwa Musa Injila. Mimi ni mkazi wa Kakamega. Mimi nafurahi kwa hii matokeo. Wale wenye walikuwa wanasema Musalia, Wetangula wamepoteza Waluya, at least wameona mwelekeo. Sisi hapa Kakamega tumeamua. Sisi ni watu wa hasola. Tumechoka na mtu wa vitendawili. Huku Kakamega sasa ukiona kila kitu inaendelea sambamba. Biashara inaendelea. Bodaboda tunafanya kazi. So kwa wananchi wenzangu, tuwe watulivu, tuendelee na kazi zetu kama kawaida. Mwenye amechaguliwa amejakuliwa. Hiyo ndio maoni yangu.
Sasa kaka, naomba usonge na wewe.
Mimi ni James Kainga, mkazi wa Kakamega. Mimi upande wangu nilikuwa napendelea Ruto apite kwa ajili alikuwa anapenda mambo ya Ukristo sana. Kwa ajili nikiangalia hasla ametoka mbali sana. Alianzia kwa makuku, akapanda, Mungu akambariki. Ndio kwa maana sisi tukajitokeza tukasema ya kwamba hatuwezi acha hasla. Ndio kwa maana tukasimama na hasla. Hebu na mimi naomba tu hasla ni kitu yenye mimi naomba tu akipenda. Yenye alikuwa amesema mambo ya CPC atoe. Sisi wazazi tunaumia na mambo ya CPC atoe. Vile yeye na alisema. Halafu atuangalie upande wa maisha ni magumu. Kwa ajili tumempigia kura na yeye atukumbuke. Na akumbuke mimi ni hasla, sina chochote, anipatie hata pikipiki nifanyie kazi.
Sawa kaka, nawe kwako.
Majina yangu.
Naomba usongeshe kofia kidogo mauta.
Majina yangu mimi naitwa George Manyasa, mkaaji wa hapa Kakamega. Jambo la kwanza nashukuru kwa Wakenya kwa kuweza kuwa watulivu mpaka kufikia wakati huu. Tena lile jambo nimefurahia ni kwamba ninaweza thibitisha kwamba Wakenya, vile nilisema hapa awali, nilikuwa nimetoa maoni hapa awali kwamba Wakenya saa hii tumegrow kisiasa. Kama unaweza ona kufikia wakati huu mtu hajaumiza mwingine haswa pande ya Kakamega, na washukuru sana na waomba tu waendelee na hiyo roho. Furaha yangu ni kwamba William Samoei Ruto amepita na yeye ndio president wa Kenya. Kwa mara yangu ya 4 tangu mimi nianze kupiga kura. Raundi kama ingekuwa nimeweka jackpot, ningekuwa niko kwa wale watu wamepata bonus. Kwa sababu Ruto nilimuingiza ndani, MP wangu ako ndani, na ninajua pia governor wangu anaingia ndani on 23rd. Na pia labda yule aliniangusha tu ni women rep. Hiyo ndio nipikia kando na mama Elsie akarudi. So na washukuru wote, Khalwale ako ndani, MCA ako ndani. So mimi nashukuru na naambia tu wa Kenya tuwe na amani, tuendeleze Kenya. Rais akishaapishwa ama akishawekwa kwa mamlaka, hiyo imeisha, hakuna lingine.
Matarajio yenu kama wakazi wa Kakamega kwa serikali ya Kenya Kwanza ni yapi haswa?
Matarajio yetu ni kwamba raundi hata naomba Mungu tumepona kwa sababu tuko ndani ya serikali. So ninaomba Ruto atusaidie haswa sisi watu wa Kakamega. Kitu ya kwanza atuamshie Mumias. Kitu ya pili Nzoia hakikisha inasaka miwa vilivyo ili Wakenya wengine wapate kazi na pia waweze kupata ile wanaweza jimutu nayo kimaisha. Na tuangalie pia atuongezee hata kiwanda kingine. Tunaweza kuwa na kiwanda ya mahindi hapa Kakamega, vijana wapate kazi. Kakamega vijana ni wengi wenye wanakaa kwa bodaboda hawana kazi. Pia vijana wengi wamesoma hawana kazi. Watuongezee viwanda vingine ili tuendelee na maisha. Lakini mimi namshukuru na muombea Mungu azidi aongoze Kenya. Mimi tena nina uhakika ataongoza miaka 10 na atamaliza vizuri.
Okay, sawa. Labda tukimalizia kaka kwako.
Kwangu mimi naitwa Pastor Timothy Lichina, mkaaji wa Kakamega. Langu nimefurahia kwa uongozi wa Ruto kuchukua kiti kwa sababu yale aliyopitia ndani ya siasa aking'ang'ana kupata upresident yalikuwa magumu kwa sababu hata wenzake hawakuwa wanampenda sababu alikuwa anakuja hata Kakamega Uparanya anamfungia kiwanja kwa sababu ya kuongelea tu wananchi. Hakuwa na uwezo wa kupita hata kila pahali, lakini kwangu kama mhubiri alipea makanisa heshima, akawa anakuja kwa makanisa tukimuombea. Nashukuru Mungu kumweka kuwa president kwa sababu yeye ndiye atafanya Kenya ipatilike. Ombi langu kwake ni kutuangalia sisi watu wa chini. Hasa sana mimi ni mtu wa bodaboda, tumedharauliwa sana kwa siasa yake. Tuliona madharau ilikuwa mingi kwake. Hasa sana hata akienda wapi watu wamtaki, na nashukuru Mungu aliyemchagua kuwa president kwa sababu ataangalia watu wa chini. Kama mkaaji wa Kakamega ninaomba tuangalie sana, hasa sana mama Wamboka vile alikuwa ameongea na sisi watu wa chini, sababu sisi ndio tunaumianga, tumetengenezwa kuwa nyazi. Lolote likitokea ni sisi tunafanya. Hasa sana walikuwa wametudharau sisi watu wa bodaboda. Hatupiki kura.
So, unaona kwamba mtakuwa na sehemu katika hii serikali ya Kenya Kwanza?
Langu naona kama hii serikali ya Ruto tutakuwa na sehemu kwa sababu alikuwa amesema hasa sana akiingia ataangalia ule mtu wa chini. So ni ombi langu kwake ajaribu awezavyo mkono wake uonekane kwa sisi watu
labda kwa sekta ya bodaboda kama vile unavyosema, alikuwa anasema bottom up kusaidia mama mboga na vile vile bodaboda. Kwenu nyinyi usaidizi upi haswa mnataka serikali wasaidie kama wahudumu wa bodaboda?
Hasa sana sisi kama mtu wa bodaboda, hii kazi ya bodaboda sio ni kazi tu kama zingine. Hata sisi ni wasomi, lakini ni kwa vile hatuna mahali tunaweza ingia tupate kazi ndio tunaendesha bodaboda. So ombi langu kwenda kwa President Ruto, aje atembee kwa sisi watu wa bodaboda, aulize waliosoma ndani. Tuna wale watu wako na makaratasi lakini kazi zimekuwa ngumu. Ang'ang'ane aone kama anaweza inuako watu wa bodaboda na mama mboga.
Sawa. Labda kaka, labda una hisia zako?
Kwa majina yangu naitwa Eric Mbawa. Kwa upande wa Ruto, mimi nakubali kwa rais mwenye amechaguliwa na nilikuwa upande wake kwa hamu na kamu. Na nikawa na uhakika atashinda. Na ile kitu ninaomba ya kwanza ni ile kwanza mafuta. Mimi ni mtu wa bodaboda. Wakishukisha mafuta na washukisha mbolea, hatuna shida ingine. Shida yetu kubwa ni mafuta na mbolea. Wakishukisha mafuta na mbolea, kila kitu itakuwa sambamba. Hiyo ndio tutamuomba akiingia pale atufanyie hivyo.
Yeah, so thank you so much. So those are just locals here in Kakamega County, just sharing their views on after the Deputy President William Ruto was declared as President-elect, the 5th President of Kenya, yesterday by IEBC Chair Wafula Chebukati. But here in Kakamega County, everything has gone back to normalcy. Just the other day we were talking to the chairman hoteliers in Kakamega, and there was a lot of anxiety. People were waiting. They were so anxious. They wanted to know who will become the president so that at least everything goes back to normal, because they say that they were counting losses. Many of the suppliers were not bringing in goods because of the of whatever was happening, and of course it was a matter of wait and see who will be the president so that everything goes back to normalcy. But here in Kakamega County, my spot check in different places, everything is normal. Businesses have gone back to normal. Actually, yesterday when they were declaring the results of the presidential results, many of the businesses closed a bit early, just to, they were the fear of unknown. They didn't know what will really happen, but of course everything was very normal, and even as at now we can see businesses normal. Everything has gone back to normalcy. In Mumias town, despite the rains, we saw people, just in town celebrating over what Wafula Chebukati had just declared. I mean, the president-elect William Ruto. In parts of Vihiga, we were also able to catch up with the locals there, and of course they were celebrating. Being a home turf of Musalia Mudavadi, they were celebrating, and of course locals there, as you've heard from them, they are so happy because their two sons, Musalia Mudavadi and Moses Wetangula, are part of the government, that is the Kenya Kwanza government. And so we'll continue keeping an eye on what is happening, and we'll be telling our viewers at TV 47 from Kakamega County. I'm Violet Auma.
All right, thank you so much, Violet, for that. Let's briefly listen to what the city is saying. Waris on standby. Waris, if you can hear me, Jumbo.
One, two. Utaniambia ikiwa nea.
Waris.
CBD, where it seems business is coming back to normal after weeks and days of spirited campaigns and intrigues and all the drama, which all culminated into yesterday's announcement by Wafula Chebukati, the IEBC chair, that indeed William Ruto is the new president-elect. And after Kenyans had traveled last week, we saw droves of Kenyans leaving the capital to go to their various countryside homes, some to vote and some, as it was claimed, were leaving the city in fears of violence. And shops have been closed down here in Nairobi, most shops throughout last week and even before. And the prevailing belief was that Kenyans were uncomfortable. Kenyans were uncertain on whether there's going to be violence once the presidential vote has been cast and Chebukati announces who is the winner. Remember, in the past elections, we've seen situations where people have been uncertain on whether there will be chaos and violence depending on whether the election results are contested. Yesterday, we were on these same streets, and I have to tell you, the streets were empty during the day and even later in the night. In fact, people leaving the city at around 9 o'clock, most people had challenges finding matatus to take them to various places, say Kawangware, Kibra, where there were reports online that there were cases of violence after William Ruto was announced as president. But it would seem that today business is slowly picking Alela and coming back to normal. Business people that I've spoken to today here in Nairobi tell me they are certain now things will cool down, and some of the ugly scenes and chaos that some were fearing would show up that would disrupt business are not showing up, and people are seemingly regaining the confidence to open business again so that Kenyans can go back to normal. It's been months and months since last year of campaigns. In fact, some would argue that campaigns never stopped since the 2017 elections, but now the campaigns are done. We have a new president-elect, and whether that announcement by Chebukati on who are the winners will be contested in the courts, that's a whole different story. But the issue now is on whether Kenyans will continue to hold peace and believe that in fact no one is going to raise any issues that would disrupt business and threaten the peace and tranquility that is needed for things to run smoothly here at the CBD. So the Kenyans I've spoken to on both sides of the divide, some say that they have been aggrieved that their candidates were not announced winner. Others are in celebratory mood, but the business has gone back to normal because some Kenyans tell me that the economy does not recognize whether you're blue or you're yellow, whether you're UDA or Azimio. Business has to go on, and the cost of living, as many Kenyans say, is high for everybody, regardless on which side of the political divide you're in, Alela. So I've spoken to some of the traders here, and I have a gentleman with me here. As you can see, he's holding some cups. He's a hawker here in the city, and I'm about to hear what he says or what he thinks about how things will be now that the campaigns are done and wrapped. How are you, sir? Good morning.
Morning.
I'll hold it for you, Sigali. Okay. Please tell me your name.
My name is Peter Kimani.
And Mr. Kimani, I see you've opened your business today. Kwani, how do you feel about security in Nairobi once the elections are done?
Security in Nairobi is very much okay. People wameanza shughuli zao za kawaida, hata tumeingia biashara na mambo iko tu sawa.
Na jana na before that ulikuwa na the same kind of confidence?
Jana na before that mambo ilikuwa imekwama kabisa. Hakuna watu walikuwa wanakuja Nairobi, wateja hawakuwa, watu wote walikuwa nyumbani. Lakini wakati presidential taring ilimalizika na ikanausiwa, watu wote wakarudi kazi.
So wewe wakati ulitoka asubuhi ulikuwa unajua kutakuwa na amani ama ulikuwa unsure?
Nilikuwa double sure kutakuwa na amani, sababu economy watu wote wamefinywa na ni lazima wagerudi kazi.
So wewe unaona siasa kwisha?
Naona siasa ni kama zimekwisha na watu wote warudi kazi.
Okay. Na your candidate alishinda ama alishindwa?
My candidate alishinda.
Wako ni mwenye alishinda. Na ujumbe wako kwa Wakenya wenzako ambao wanafanya biashara ama wanakuja kuuza na kununua hapa jijini Nairobi katikati mwa jiji. What is your message concerning peace?
Message yangu ni watu wote warudi kazi na kazi itaendelea tu poa. Sababu yoyote ameshindwa, kazi ni lazima itaendelea.
So wewe uko confidence that hakuna kuwa na vurugu yoyote yenye inahusiana na uchaguzi moving forward?
Hakuna vurugu kulingana na vile kuko. Watu wote wako kazi.
Asante. That is, Peter is telling me that he's confident there will be no issues of violence, and today he's back in business. He sells caps and hats in the CBD around River Road, and he tells me, although he's candidate one, he is certain no one is going to to bring issues of violence and issues like that many Kenyans have been scared that might bring issues. Let me ask this gentleman what he thinks about that same issue of peace here in Nairobi. How are you, sir? Good morning.
Good morning.
Good it for you.
I'm Abel Chenke. Kulingana na vile mambo imekuwa ni mzuri, na mimi ninafanya na security, na naona mambo ni mzuri. Vile watu tumeelect serikali ambayo itakuja, tunawaambia kwamba washikilie na wanajua maendeleo imekuwa kidogo na shughuli zilikuwa zimepunguka, watoto wanaenda shule na vitu vingine. So tuna urge the government ishikilie kwamba ifungue haraka mambo alafu iendelee, na sisi tushikilie mambo iwe mzuri. So I thank the IEBC kasi ambayo ilifanya.
All right, he says he is grateful to the IEBC and he's sure that things will go back to normal. Linda, remember that every time Kenya has elections, the issue of the economy being affected by the politicking and all the electioneering issues that go around has always come up. And this time the election is no different. Many say, especially economic experts say, that Kenyans are in a hard place. They are between a rock and a hard place when it comes to the cost of living, to the prices of basic foodstuffs. And the biggest assignment the new president-elect and his government have, if they will be sworn in, if the election will not be contested, then the biggest assignment they have is to make sure Kenyans feel comfortable again about the way life is in terms of the cost of living, in terms of the prices of basic foodstuffs, the unga and the mafuta, that in the past year we've seen many Kenyans complain that indeed life has exceedingly continued to be expensive, and business people here say they cannot afford to continue being closed down. However, Linda, the other dynamics that could play out and affect business in Nairobi and around the country is if the election is contested, because we've had a possibility that the Azimio side, led by their flag bearer Raila Odinga, are going to contest the election. And if that happens, and in the case that the election there has to be a repeat election, similar to one that was witnessed in 2017, then some Kenyans also are fearful that this might further paralyze business in Nairobi and affect how they do business. So the hope here is that the politics of this year, this particular politicking season, is over and done for, and many Kenyans across both sides, as I said, are hoping that we are not going back to the politics. But there are those dynamics, as I said, Linda. If the election is contested, if it has to be done again, then it might be a problem for businesses here, because business and everyday business in Nairobi is usually very much tied to the politics of the city and of the country. Back to you, Linda.
Horace, thank you so much for the updates as well. We are in Nairobi, but it's important that you know what's happening on the other side. You have seen occurrences where it is raining on this side of the window, but you cross through the door and you realize that the other side is actually not raining. So it's good that we are updated. I have kept you long, I'm sorry. You must have even lost the line of Yeah?
Oh, yes. I think the last point we were trying to look at is the issue of IEBC and their ability to do their job. unfettered, without threats and so on and so forth. I'm happy that both manifestos had promised that I think it's time that we build constitutions, our institutions. We are in a place where we've seen the beauty of our constitution, that if we allow the constitution to work the way it is, or it should, then it makes things better. Therefore, to move that argument or to move that discussion, then now we should have a discussion around institutions. That institutions should be built in a way that they endure administrations, so that when I become president or the other person becomes a president and so on and so forth, that they do not interfere with those institutions, that we can pass institutions that everybody has confidence in from generation to generation. And I think when you look at probably one of the biggest discussions we normally have is the difference between our democracies and perhaps mature democracies. And at the heart of it is two things, the constitution and institutions. That if we respect IEBC and understand that it is their job to adjudicate political contestations of ideas, manifestos and so on and so forth, then that will be a good starting point. And therefore, that in itself will negate the idea that perhaps I may need to interfere with IEBC so that they declare me an MCA and so on and so forth. And that in itself, of course, ultimately will contribute to diffusing that high octane politics, he called, that everybody feels that they must win. But if we are contesting and have the confidence that institution X will be able to play the role of a referee unbiased without prejudice, then that in itself helps us to accept whatever verdict comes from either wananchi or the institution itself. Therefore, with regard to Mr. Musyoka and IEBC itself as a body, it's important that all Kenyans condemn whoever will be responsible, will be held responsible for this, and allow other institutions, including the police and the DCI, to give a complete report after investigations. That is one part. And then there is the issue of IEBC should, at the end, now that we are at the tail end of the elections, and of course we now know who are the sort of president-elect, governor-elect, and so on and so forth, in their final report, I think it's time that there should be a separate report from IEBC's perspective, indicating what they know and what they think is what could be happening, because that in itself helps to improve going forwards. And therefore, we should expect as Kenyans and of course as taxpayers who pay for that IEBC amongst other institutions, that we have a full report, and then any other institution charged with, say for example, if it is the issue of the late Chris Msando and of course now the late Musyoka, that people must be held accountable, because the moment you fail to hold people accountable, you fuel impunity. So that next time, again, if we do not hold people to account this time round, in 2027, trust me, there will be another loss of life, which should not be the case.
Right, I agree. And of course, from that moment of what really Azimio did not do right, we bring in something small about the reign of President Uhuru Kenyatta. You are a firm believer in his style of governance, and you say that you would go to extents of believing what it is that he would have as a choice. And in this case, he has come out to the public, the public domain, to tell us that it is Right Honorable Raila Odinga. He is the chairperson of the Azimio team, and I hope I would be forgiven then to assume that you would have endorsed his choice. First, on the aspect of what they did not do right, I think you have articulated that pretty well. But do you think President Uhuru Kenyatta heads home, head high? A tongue twister there.
Yeah, that's a very, very difficult one. But to be honest...
And in this case, think about, is it Mugoga where he voted?
Yeah.
And the turning out and the fact that, Ishaweri, all this, Mutomo. Yes, Mutomo Primary. That unfortunately, they appeared not to have endorsed his choice.
Correct.
And that cut across all the way down to the level of the ward.
Yeah. For Kiambu County, because we have seen reports of suspected interference with the electoral process there, it would be difficult to provide a verdict, if not, in fact, not even an opinion. Because if, for instance, we saw the gentleman indicating that he is going to appeal, and I would be really interested in seeing the kind of appeal that the governor candidate there.
Wainaina wa Jango, right?
Yeah.
And also Nyoro,
yeah,
the incumbent
governor,
who was
Nyoro. So I want to encourage them to go on and not just threaten to petition, but move over and actually petition. Because as all these things were happening, I was just imagining that now former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga, as he goes home, of course he doesn't vote. He doesn't vote in Bondo.
Yeah.
Bondo. He votes here at a place called. He doesn't vote at Kango Kajaramu in Bondo. He votes here at Old Kibra, primary school. Yep. But I was just imagining that in the event that he changed his vote as an outgoing prime minister, or a very the kind of figure that he is, and then even his MCA comes from the opposition party. His own ODM MCA does not win. His own MP from ODM or Azimio does not win. I think that would be a serious vote of no confidence, and that is what the people of Mutomo, Ichaweri, and Kiambu County have done to President Uhuru Kenyatta. So at the local level, and also if you look at the turnout of the wider Mount Kenya region, especially towards his preferred candidate, it was not as appealing, despite the fact that if you look at the figures that Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga has been getting as a standalone candidate, if he goes there alone and tells the people of Mount Kenya that I'm running as president, please vote for me, that is the kind of votes that he got in this election are much more lower than what he's gotten, even when he, at the times he has gone there. So President Uhuru Kenyatta locally, from his home people, I think it's quite difficult to say that the people will embrace him, that the people will consider him as their as this doyen of the kind of image we want to have locally. That of course still depends on, as I said, the petition, if it is successful, because it will help us to bring out the issues, the kind of interferences that took place in Kiambu, because that has been quite open. At the national level, President Uhuru Kenyatta has done well. If you look at the manner in which he embraced devolution, of course there have been serious issues, and we have consistently talked about the challenges of devolution in the Jubilee regime or administration, both in 2013 and 2017, including the lack of full transfer of functions to county governments, particularly health. The second issue has been delayed disbursements of resources to county governments. And the third issue, which goes back to the Deputy President, because he is the chair of the IBEC, Intergovernmental Budget and Economic Council, that is supposed to be looking at how counties are receiving these funds, which is a question we will delve into when now he's probably done 100 days, because he said that he'll ensure that all these things, in the event that Kenyans select him, and now he's been declared, and he's sustained by whatever circumstances and processes, including the petition, we will see how he's working on devolution. So at a national level, looking at the Big Four agenda, Vision 2030 aspects, I believe that the president has been able to do his best, both looking at 2013 and also 2017. Ceteris paribus, maintaining all the other factors, his relationship with his deputy, the debt burden issues. I believe that he's tried, including aspects of social cohesion, because he took over a government that was torn in between, you know, when he became president, both in the two terms. And so he's trying to help Kenyans understand. Sometimes I think he's gunning probably for this prize called Nobel Peace Prize, you know. Because if you look at the degree of interest of the United Nations in these countries, is quite huge, which takes me to the third level, at the global level, where President Uhuru Kenyatta has left a legacy, that Kenya is among the first African countries to sit at the United Nations Security Council, up to the level of even being the president, because the whole of a better part of last year, Kenya was actually the president of the United Nations Security Council through my good friend Dr. Ambassador Martin Kimani, who is the president's envoy at that particular council. So if you look at the different parameters, it becomes easy to say that the president has done very well if you look it from an open-minded perspective. But if you go back to the details of economy, putting food into people's tables, dealing with corruption issues, strengthening institutions, those are indicators that will take away so many marks from President Uhuru Kenyatta's legacy.
All right, briefly to the coast, and then we come back, get to understand whether indeed this thing that we hear about, a protest vote, is really a wise way to go for the voters, because we are looking at a president who is retiring to a very nice package. And therefore, really, even if you protest against me, how does it really help you? Yeah. After we listen into what Petronila Goren has to tell us from the coast. Pat, if you can hear me.
Mombasa County, where normalcy is slowly resuming back prior to the declaration by the IEBC through its chair Wafula Chebukati that the president-elect Dr. William Samoei Ruto, we witnessed that a number of businesses and a number of people hurriedly closed down their shops, that is yesterday, and people that were in town running their private errands also left the town. In a span of 30 minutes, the town was deserted and the streets had been left to the security officers who were patrolling just to ensure that the security was safe and people were safe. However, after the declaration by Wafula Chebukati, then we saw that a number of supporters, especially Kenya Kwanza supporters, converged in Nyali to celebrate their win, and we did also visit those places to just see the jubilations and speak to them on what they had to say about that. And before I just share with our viewers what they had to say, the live pictures coming on your screen just shows a number of businesses that are opening up. Others are still closed, but the transport industry also is active and people are slowly streaming into the town. And we believe that by noon, the town will be busy as usual. Now back to the Kenya Kwanza supporters that we spoke to yesterday when they were celebrating, is that they did say that or urged other Kenyans to embrace peace, embrace tolerance, saying that during the campaigns it was just a matter of competition, but now that the president-elect has been announced, then that is a symbol of unity, he is a symbol of unity, and urged Kenyans to work together and forge the country ahead, saying that the president is no longer Kenya Kwanza president, but a president for all Kenyans. And just to add on to that, Linda, is that we have not experienced a lot of celebrations here in Mombasa and the coast region at large, and these might be informed by the fact that people view this place as a stronghold for Azimio, and that maybe informs why there's been no much celebration. And just to narrow that down, for instance, here in Mombasa County, we saw that after these elections, out of the 6 constituencies here in Mombasa, 5 of the constituencies were won, or 5 of the seats for Member of Parliament were won by the Azimio and specifically ODM. And when we come to the wards, we have 30 wards here in Mombasa, and out of that, approximately 25 wards were won still by ODM, and the rest were shared between Kenya Kwanza affiliated parties and independent candidates. And so we will be following this up, Linda, just to see whether the celebrations will be going on, how the security status will be. But we believe and we are hopeful that everything here in Mombasa is calm. Now incidents has been reported in regard to maybe insecurity. So far everything is calm, and we believe that by noon, midday, the town will be as busy as usual. Now back to you, Linda.
All right, thank you so much, Patronilla. And yes, we'd be looking forward to see what it was like in Nyali upon this moment of celebration for those ones who are Kenya Kwanza supporters. But yes, back to you, Nordin. And, you know, we are, or they are protesting against a president who walks to a very, you know, lucrative package home. Really, you know, that's a mistake that you make, if it is a mistake, and you live with the consequences for a cool 5 years, and not to question what these people elected or voted, you know, or believed in. But does it not disturb you to hear that, you know, people can go there, cast a vote based on the fact that they're just protesting against a certain leader?
You're falling short of calling it a punishment.
It's actually a punishment.
And, you know,
and you're punishing who now?
And you know, the funny thing is, that person you're trying to punish will never be punished. You see, that member of parliament you put there is your representative. That governor, that senator, that MCA, that president is the one who's going to serve you. This person will exit and move on with their lives. I'll give you a good example. In 2017, people voted for Waititu to punish Kabogo.
Yes.
I don't know how he's punished, because if you look at his Twitter handle, that guy isn't punished at all. His life has moved on. You elected Waititu. He did whatever he did. He has court cases about his tenure as a governor. So who got punished? Who suffered the wrath of whoever came to office? That is what you need to ask yourselves, because the person you're putting in office is going to manage funds. Those are your funds.
Yeah.
Realize. So this person who exits has a package, life is well, might even decide to relocate from Kenya. You get?
Yes.
Or actually stay here. Their life will continue so well, because at the end of the day, whoever comes into office might not decide to antagonize the one who's leaving. Because if you start that, once you leave, the one who comes will come after you. So what they do, it's like what happened in 2002. People expected Kibaki to go after Moi. He never did. Moi was just told, all you have to do is exit politics. He left politics, he continued living his life until he died. So you realize, this is why I keep saying this. If you elect a clown, expect a circus. Because at the end of the day, you're the ones who are going to vote for those people who will be your governors, your senators, your MPs, your MCAs, and the president. So if what you are doing was a punishment, then expect you to start crying immediately. Appointments start rolling. Because you will be disappointed by appointments, if at all. They are going to be disappointed. You will be disappointed by how the government is going to be run. And by here I mean both national and county, because there are two governments there. You'll be disappointed by how that member of parliament will be represented you in parliament. Passing bills that don't make sense. Just wake up to voting yes, without even looking at the context. You'll be disappointed by members of county assembly who don't even attend sessions, but are there to vote, like what we saw in the BBI. Some just vote without even checking if it is the right content. Maybe you are voting for a memo not to come tomorrow. You realize? So at the end of the day, you need to realize that civic duty is a duty for a reason, because you have to rise up to the occasion, and you elect people as per what they stand for. Don't just vote for parties. Because personally, I've never been a person of 6-piece. Because at the end of the day, that 6-piece carries so many clowns. Because these nomination processes, most of these political parties, sadly, are owned by individuals. And they have people they need in certain aspects. This one can be a good member of parliament, this can be a good senator, to push their agenda. And that is wrong, because these parties are financed by public funds. So they need to be owned by the people, but it doesn't happen. I hope we get there one day. So at the end of the day, when nomination comes and these clowns are put into this party ticket, and you just vote for a 6-piece without even knowing what this person stands for, then years into office, you're back on Twitter, this government that, or Facebook, this government that. You voted for that person. So enjoy that circus until time comes. If you want to repeat the same thing, repeat again. That will be your life. Because we have, you know, those who came before us were promised exactly what was being promised by these politicians. Roads, economy, blah, blah, blah. They died, most of them who are old now, they died. Now we are being told the same things. Your children will come. Because of your silly mistakes, they'll be told the same things.
Same stories, yeah.
So if you have to rise up to the occasion and change a country, vote for leaders who stand for something, first and foremost. And also, people with a vision. But if you keep voting to punish person X, that person is never going to be punished. You are the ones who are putting punishment on yourself, because the clown you put there to punish person X will actually call him or her for coffee at the end of the day.
You know, voted at a region, or that's my voting area, where, you know, it's more of like, you know, an area that is dominated by people of the mountain. And, you know, I remember a majority of them at the gate who had already voted, seated there, jobless, for that matter, some all drunk. And, you know, they were telling me, Suti, you know, they're just trying to guide me on what I'm supposed to go out there and vote. And it really broke my heart to see such a state. And I hoped that they believed in this Suti, that it could bring that change that they yearn for. Let's look at the fact that, you know, this is subject to be challenged in court. If it is not challenged successfully, then we have Deputy President William Ruto as the president of the nation. I don't know whether we can confidently say then that it will be done and dusted for the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. Will we be staring at a good president that we never had, looking at how he has, you know, committed to the growth of democracy, his contribution to the political scene, and today we have to say kwaheri, because then his last bid for presidency, which they say is the only seat that one can confidently call shots, you know, and not just call shots, but have them, you know, being implemented.
Mm-hmm. Allow me, before I answer that question on the prospects for Raila Amolo Odinga going forward, I just want to chime in with, when it comes to, for myself, how I approach the evaluation of the Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta presidency is basically looking at the expenses that have been expended by his administration. Yeah. We know that on average, he's done a budget of about 2.8 trillion per year over the last 10 years, or 9, which is about 28 trillion shillings. And then we know that our public debt has shot up almost 500%, from under 2 trillion shillings when he came into power in 2013. And now, at the tail end of his administration, it's around 10 trillion. As much as some economists make the argument that there are some debts that are not included there, including guarantees for state-owned enterprises and so on and so forth. So the question then becomes, given what the administration the administration of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta has done in terms of building schools, improving healthcare and providing healthcare for Kenyans, building roads, infrastructure, all the public and sort of social infrastructure, then the big question should be, when we're evaluating him, did we really, as Kenyans or as taxpayers, get value for our money? Was it the right way to spend 28 trillion shillings? Was it the right way to move our public debt from 2 trillion shillings to 10 trillion shillings? That should now be the conversation. Because when you simply look at whether he's done things, there is a case to be made that things have been done. Roads have been built, some schools have been built, but the question becomes, did we really was that the most efficient and effective way to spend that huge, colossal amount of money?
And speaking of infrastructure that has, you know, hugely gone, you know, to these sides of the mountain, was it hypocritical for them to argue that, what have you done for us, Mr. President?
It goes back to the question that is it the most efficient and effective way to do things? Because it's true the roads have been done. There's a beautiful road from Keno all the way to, actually from Pangani. You can drive all the way to the junction when you're going to Nanyuki on a dual road. So the question becomes, and I think that is what sort of befell him, was the question of, you've spent so much on infrastructure, but how are we as farmers able to optimize that road if we do not have any coffee, if we do not have any tea, or if we have dismal maize harvest, milk, and so on and so forth? That is the big question. And I think that is what most of using Kagai's word, why the mountain punished him, because they felt that as much as you've done all these things, and we can see them, unfortunately, they do not make that much of a positive impact to our bottom line. Ile wanasema pesa mfukoni.
Right.
That people are struggling. The cost of living, cost of inputs. We know that a lot of farmers this time round did not plant as much as they would have wished, simply because fertilizer was expensive. So that is going to feed into the amount of harvest they get. And therefore, when you tell that person, I've built a road for you from here to Timbuktu or wherever, the question becomes, then what do I do with the road? Okay. Sina mahindi, sina any produce to take to the market. So that is, I think, why, using Kagai's word, the mountain punished Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta.
Right.
Coming back to Raila Amolo Odinga, of course, I think we discussed this previously, that he is the only politician who is able to reinvent himself. And he is the only politician in Kenya who has a national outlook, that he has support up and down the country, across ethnicities, across communities, and so on and so forth. For this time, of course, it's another huge failing on it. I don't know whether we can blame him 100% or it includes everybody else in Azimio Oka alliance. But I can imagine the amount of pain that man is going through as we speak, or at the moment, that when it was finally now, it seemed like imeiva. And then it's gone. Gone, the proverbial nyama imetolewa kwa mdomo. I think Raila Odinga has always been able to reinvent himself despite the circumstances and the odds. But now the big question for him is that we know that, of course, other things, mental frailties, physical frailties brought about by old age, of course, that will limit and constrict him in some way, but do not discount him. I know that that man will find a way of warming himself back into the hearts of Kenyans. We love him. We love Baba.
Okay. Yeah. The best president we never had after this short break.
Despite being visually impaired, he is a jack of all trades. It is our quest to find answers on how to take care of children with special needs and those with disability. You do not need to see musical notes to understand music, but rather to have your soul feel the vibe.
Actually, for us to make a wheelchair, we have to take measurements of the user.
After doing my assessment, I get to know the parent, I get to know the heaviness she's carrying. Disability comes at different stages of life.
Well, do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates. Baraza la siasa.
Hiyo kitu azungumzie, angalie hali ya maisha ya watu.
Informative health discussions. Business, farming. Tasty Wednesday, Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs,
waimbaji, kuna comedians, alafu kuna wajinga,
and music bands every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m.
Out of this space, immense feedback from the people who are watching this morning, and we say thank you for that. Briefly, we go back to the CBD and Waris with more updates as he speaks to the Kenyans there. Morning, Waris, once again, back to you.
All right, Linda, we are coming to you live from the Central Business District here in Nairobi, and we are at Tea Room, one of the main matatu stages for Kenyans traveling out of Nairobi to various regions of the country. And we've come to see just how situation is in terms of who is traveling into Nairobi and who is leaving the city, and in terms of how business has been restored in the city. Remember, it's been weeks of intrigues, weeks of busy campaigning and elections, and as we know in Kenya, elections and campaigns come with attention, and the prevailing belief and thought here is that many people were scared that violence would erupt once the presidential elect was announced yesterday. And for those who are in Nairobi, last night I was here, and the place was deserted, the matatus and people were not there, shops and most businesses were closed as of Monday, and even most of last week, from all that tension of what's going to happen once the election results start to be announced. However, it seems like business is slowly drifting back to normal here in the city, Linda, and I am here at Turum to speak to some of the people in the matatu sector who deal with Kenyans traveling to various regions in the Mount Kenya region, in the places of Rift Valley and all those far-flung places, to hear if Kenyans who are reported to have traveled out of Nairobi in numbers last week, just before the election, many saying they were going to vote, many saying they were just avoiding any possible outcomes of violence. We are here to talk to the people who are in charge of the transport sector, the main players and stakeholders, to hear if indeed Nairobians who left to go to the villages and the various places outside the city have started to come back, and if business has come back to normal. So I'm going to just speak up with one of the stakeholders here of the matatu sector. He's going to tell us his name and tell us how the whole picture is in terms of transport in the city. Good morning, sir.
Mzuri sana.
Hebu niambie jina lako.
Mimi naitwa Peter Jamumo aka Senator.
Na wewe kama Peter Senator unashikilia watu gani hapa Tiro?
Mimi ni mmoja wa director 9 wale wamechaguliwa kwa Kukena Sacco.
All right. And how is it last week wakati wa uchaguzi tuliona a lot of people just before the elections on the 9th, watu wengi walikuwa na travel kutoka Nairobi, na ikasemekana kama watu wanaogopa kuvote, wengine wanasema tunaenda kuvote mashinani. How has that changed ukiangalia vile hali ya transport ilikuwa last week and even before that na venye iko sahi, once now we know that the campaigns are done?
Last week tulipeleka watu wengi sana wakavote pande ya Kirinyaga, si mara mingi tunaenda pande ya Kirinyaga, na watu walienda kwa wengi kuvote. Alafu sasa baada ya kuvote kasi ni kama imekuja chini, sababu watu wengi walikuwa na wasiwasi vile inaweza kuwa leo, lakini kama unaweza angalia hizi bao zetu, unaweza ona magari zetu zote zimewekelewa mbao na zinaenda salama salimin, na tuseme kazi inarudi polepole, sio vile extension ilikuwa watu wanatarajia itakuwa. Kazi yetu inarudi, hata ukiangalia kule gari za Meru, za Embu, kila mahali Tirumi iko sawa.
All right, those are the sentiment of some of the stakeholders here, Linda, who's saying things are coming back to normal. Then I'm going to ask this gentleman who is a driver about the views of some of the passengers concerning the mood of Nairobians, about are they feeling safe? Are they feeling like it is okay for those who left to now come back, and the way businesses are opening up? How are you, sir? Habari asubuhi.
Mzuri sana.
Jina lako ni nani na unafanya kazi gani?
Mimi naitwa Jackson Washira, ni driver wa Kukena Sacco.
Unasafirisha abiria kutoka wapi hadi wapi?
Nasafirisha abiria kuelekea side za Kirinyaga, Kirogoya, na pia naenda na side za Nakuru.
Turudi mpaka tarehe 8 wiki iliyopita, just a day kabla watu hawajapiga kura. Hali ya usafiri ilikuwa vipi?
Okay, before election, just few days, 2 or 3 days before election, abiria walikuwa wengi sana kuelekea side za Nakuru na side za Kirinyaga, wakaenda kuvote manyumbani. But kufikia jana watu walikuwa wanatarajia kwamba election matokeo yatatangazwa saa 9. So around saa 9 hapo hivyo abiria walipotea kabisa. Hakukuwa na abiria, hakukuwa na gari, hakukuwa na hata hizi persons whatever. But sahii at least imeanza kurudi polepole. Na hiyo ni kwa sababu kwamba watu wamekuwa na imani kwamba hakuna violence yenyewe inatokea. So I believe that kila kitu imerudi normal polepole.
Now, in terms of venye biashara imekuwa, unajua campaigns zimeendelea at least for a year, although the official campaign period ilifaa kuanza Julai, wanasiasa wamepiga campaign hata mwaka jana na hata kabla ya hapo. Ukilinganisha biashara, just the way business was when the campaign period ilikuwa imechacha, and now that the campaign is gone, Wakenya watakuwa na campaign tena. We hope, how would you say biashara itakuwa, having been in the business for a while, I believe?
Okay, naweza sema kwa sahihi Wakenya wamechanuka. Wakoshua kwamba hakuna violence, hakuna fujo zinatokea. So sahi at least biashara iko mzuri kidogo, si kama the previous elections zenye zimekuwa. So sahi tuna believe kwamba kila kitu iko normal.
Kwa hivyo unasema wakati wa campaign period biashara inapanda ama inashuka, biashara ya usafiri?
Okay, wakati wa campaign period kidogo huwa inashuka kwa sababu watu wako na wasiwasi, hawajui nini what will happen next after wametangaza. Lakini sahi after wametangaza na countrywide iko peaceful, hakuna fujo yote imetokea, tumesikia chochote mbaya. Mimi nimelala Nairobi juu jana abiria walikosekana, but sasa naona abiria wamerudi normal, so I believe everything is back to normal.
All right, thank you, Linda. It seems there is a lot of optimism here with the stakeholders in the matatu sector, believing that once the campaigns now are done and wrapped up, Kenyans will slowly regain confidence to come out and do business and travel without the whole issues of the risk of violence coming up. So I'm going to just talk to one gentleman here who is a passenger, and hear his experience, what is the motivation for him to travel outside of Nairobi, and now that it seems he's back. Please stand over here, sir, so that my colleague can get you quite right. We are okay? All right. Anza kwa jina lako, Mr.
Kwa majina naitwa Simon Walumbe. Nimesafiri jana kutoka Mombasa, ninaelekea Nakuru. Nilifika hapa jana mida ya saa 3 usiku. Lakini sasa kulingana na hali inavyoendelea katika nchi hii, ni kama watu wako na tension, watu wameokopa. Hata ukiangalia saa hii, ukiangalia kama hii city ya Nairobi huwa imefurika watu sana, lakini saa hii watu hakuna. Unaona watu ni wachache, abiria hakuna. Kama leo nimekaa kwa gari kutokea saa 2 asubuhi na mpaka saa hii tuko abiria wawili tu, na tujui hata ni saa ngapi gari litajaa ili tukaweze kusafiri tufike mahali tunakoelekea.
Na huko ambapo unaelekea, auhisi uoga kwamba huenda labda kukawa na vurugu ya baada ya uchaguzi, following that the other side, I mean after the election was announced, the Azimio side says there were issues of rigging. Are you scared that there might be any kind of tensions in this election?
Yeah, of course we are scared, because we can't anticipate the safety of all of us and other Kenyans, every part of this country. People are under tension because they don't know of the outcome. We are just hoping that this calmness at least persists so that people can embark on their daily business, because everybody is now looking for bread to lay the bread down on the table for their people. Lakini hatuwezi kusema kule tunakoenda kutakuaje, ila kwamba tunaomba Mungu atusaidie kwamba kuwe na calmness, watu waweze kufanya kazi. Ukiangalia biashara saa hii hamna. Hata wafanyabiashara wenyewe wako na tumbo joto, hawezi fungua maduka. Hata ukiangalia hii street tunakuanga na lots of hawkers, there are no hawkers. Hakuna. Hata ukijaribu sasa kutafuta chai hapa kwa street upate kunywa ni ngumu sana. Watu wameokopa, kuna tumbo joto. Ila kwamba tunaomba Mungu, kwa sababu hatujui kitatokea nini, ila kwamba Mungu ndiye anajua, na tunaomba amani tu.
Amen. Wewe unahisi, are you feeling anxious or any kind of tension concerning this?
Anxiety is always there, because I'm a human being and I fear for my life as well. Anxiety is there. Everybody is anxious. Hakuna mtu ako na confidence kwamba ni nini na nini.
Okay.
We leave it to God. Only that we pray that all goes well.
Thank you.
Kwamba Kenya iende mbele, maisha iende mbele.
Okay, thank you. He says he's hoping that all goes well, and many Kenyans have shown mixed reactions concerning this post-election period. Remember, it's been quite a crazy, Linda, if I can say so, few years. First, it was the COVID-19 period that many Kenyans say took a toll on the economics, and then we moved to a new normal, and now we have an election period, and now we have moved to a new normal after the election period, and we're just waiting to see how business, how the cost of living, and everyday goings here in Nairobi will be affected now that the election and campaigns are over. But over to you, Linda.
Great job, Waris. Thank you so much. And yes, gentlemen, back to you. Yes, it's I think it's business as usual across the different parts of the country, and that is one thing to appreciate. But yes, Right Honorable Raila Odinga, if he does not successfully petition this, if at all he's going to go out there to petition, then we say this was the best president we never had? Can we, based on his track record, that is in terms of, you know, his commitment to the aspects of politics, governance in the country?
Precisely. If you look at very good established democracies, even the US, the people who fought for the American Constitution over 200 years ago, some of them tried to get to levels of credence, like presidency and all that. Mzee Nelson Mandela, it was only up to very late that even his weight, and in fact up to his death, that people were able to realize that, hey, we had somebody who had something to really give to the people. So history a number of times rewards those who fight for it very minimally. The paradox let me call it miragic paradox, Raila Odinga journey, is that he is a gentleman who fights for the betterment of society and humanity and processes democracy, and also gets himself entangled in it. So you want to make a good constitution, then you want to be the person to sit in there and implement it. You want to ensure that families have food, then you want to be the person to sit in there and cook it so that people can eat it. You want to ensure that police don't clobber people, then you want to be the one going to test actually whether the clobbering will not be done. So he finds himself in such a paradox, and unfortunately the people of Kenya, to a given extent, of course maintaining the factors that could probably lead to whether there is a Supreme Court petition. And I've seen a notice by the registrar of the Supreme Court already, indicating directions on what needs to be done, and even where the lodging of such a case should be done at Forodha House, somewhere in Upper Hill. So you look at that and it gives you, it brings in a lot of questions as to where do we place the former Prime Minister and the President, the people's President, and the President that Kenya never and probably will never have. It becomes difficult to place him because he finds himself in that conflict of interest. You want to make things better, you want to fight for them. And a lot of times, and it reminds me even of 2017 and even for these 2022 elections, I think he was also at a conflict. He didn't know whether he really wanted to run in 2017 and even in 2022 until, there were those telltales. Will it be Joho? Will it be who will it be within this Oparanya? Yeah, who is this? And they even sent adverts for candidates to apply, and until they said, oh yeah, we have had a consensus and it's going to be Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. And so you look at that and it leaves you wondering, must it be Raila Odinga? And if you look at what most Kenyans are saying is, we really wanted to reward him. We really wanted him to be there so that we see this thing that he wants to do. And if I had all the powers, I would have asked the president-elect, please donate even 1 week. Just 1 week. But yeah, Raila, hata siku moja tu. Tuone, what is this thing? Of course, yesterday he said, this thing is not, we're not sharing this with anyone. We can have discussions over coffee, over how to make our processes, but on handshakes and all that. But the society that we call the Kenyan society is not like the president-elect is thinking about it. Because as we've continuously delved around the almost half of the country that is left out, you must reorganize and reinvent yourself as a president who is going to exercise what the Constitution says, symbol of national unity. So it also brings us to asking, where is Raila Odinga in all this unity moving forward into a Ruto presidency?
All right, well, let's cross over to Nakuru briefly, and then we come and perhaps get a feel of whether at some point, Nordin, you have gotten to a point where unasema, I would love to see it, just even if it's for a day, 1 year, and see whether indeed all this that he talks about, he could have, bring to fruition. So we cross over to Chichi Josephine briefly, and then we're back. Chichi, interesting county there, and one that is to celebrate.
Linda, a very good morning to you, and I'm currently in Nakuru City. Remember, this is the CBD in Nakuru City, and the anxious wait that had gripped the country, of course, came to an end yesterday after IEBC Chair Wafula Chebukati, of course, declared William Samoei Ruto as the president-elect. Remember, Ruto won with 50.49%, of course, defeating or narrowly defeating the veteran opposition leader Raila Odinga and also the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. I remember that in Nakuru County yesterday it was all jubilations, of course, residents here celebrating William Samoei Ruto. And of course, right today I am joined by residents in Nakuru County. I'll be engaging them just to know how they feel about the whole victory of that is the Deputy President William Samoei Ruto. Without further ado, allow me to engage them. Thank you very much for joining, or rather for talking talking to TV47. Nieleze unahisi vipi baada ya naibu wa rais kukua yeye ndiye aliyetangazwa kama mshindi wa nafasi ya urais?
Asante sana. Kwa majina naitwa Simon Sankale Ole Nasieku. Hakika mimi ni mkazi wa Nakuru. Niko na furaha tele tele midhili ya tasa aliyotunukiwa mapacha. Hakika siku hii ya jana tulipotangaziwa kwamba Ruto amepata ushindi wa urais, tulishangilia Nakuru mzima, hatujalala. In fact tumeamkia tukikuta kwamba asubuhi imefika. Kitu ningependa kuomba Wakenya ni kwamba baada ya ushindi ya William Ruto tuweze kufuata ile agizo lake ya kwamba tuhubiri amani. Na ningependa pia kuongelesha viongozi walioko nchini Kenya. Hata rais wetu Uhuru Kenyatta, tafadhali Uhuru Kenyatta, tunagojea risala ya hongera kwa Dr. William Ruto kwa sababu amedhihirisha wazi mchana peupe ya kwamba yeye ndiye rais wa Kenya. Pia tunaomba ya kwamba viongozi wale wengine ambao wamezoea wakati wote kukataa matokeo, hii wakati kila kitu ilikuwa imewekwa pale kwa poto, ilikuwa wazi. Ukiangalia kwa poto, wewe tu kazi yako ni kuchukua tu simu hii, waenda kwa calculator, piga mahesabu. Kwa hivyo hata Raila ndugu yangu, na kuomba mambo ya 2017, mambo ya 2013, mambo ya 1997, mambo yale yaliyokuwa hapo awali ya kukataa kura, hii wakati ni wa kukubali kura umeshindwa. Wewe fanya kazi yako kama leader of opposition. Wacha William Samuel Ruto aongoze. Uhuru, tafadhali tunataka amani katika nchi ya Kenya. Hatutaki jambo lolote lifanyike Kenya la kuchochea Wakenya wapigane. Uhuru, hatutaki hali itakayoleta mgawanyiko. Mimi naomba tu amani. Na hata hapa Nakuru, Gavana Lee Kenyanjui, fuata mwelekeo ulioonekana. Wewe ulikunjwa mara mbili kama chapati na Susan Keeka. Kubali umeshindwa na uende nyumbani kwa amani.
Na labda unatarajia kabla uondoke, na labda unatarajia nini kutokana na ule uongozi wa naibu wa rais William Ruto ambaye sasa atakuwa ndiye rais?
Rais William Samuel Ruto, rais wa 5 wa Kenya, sisi tunatazamia kwamba ile manifesto yake ya bottom up, ya kwamba atainua yule mtogo kutoka mavumbini, amuinue aweze kukaa pamoja na wafalme kama vile ilivyoandikwa katika Zaburi. Tunataka uweze kufuatilia neno hilo. William Ruto, wewe ni hustler. Unajua shida ya mtu ambaye ametoka chini. Kwa hivyo usisahau maskini, usisahau mchuuzi, usisahau mama mboga, usisahau watu wa matatu, usisahau wale ambao watu wa bodaboda, usisahau wale watu wa kuchoma mahindi. Kumbuka kwamba hii kura umepata kwa sababu ya yule mtu mnyonge na kwa maombi yake Mwenyezi Mungu.
Shukran. Nisikize kauli yako, wewe ulihisi vipi na unatarajia nini kutokana na uongozi wa naibu wa rais ambaye sasa atakuwa ndiye rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya?
Mimi naitwa Maina wa Keren kutoka Nakuru. Mimi mkaaji na stakeholder wa Nakuru town, na tumefurahi venye siasa zimeenda vizuri. Kumekuwa kutulivu Nakuru, amani imekuwa tele, watu wamerudi makazi zao, na hiyo ndio tulitaka. Baada ya uchaguzi kila mtu rudi kazini kwake. Tuna more expectation from the vice president sababu tunajua ni mfanyakazi na ni mtu ako serious on what he's saying. What he has been promising huwa anafanya. Tunaona utendaji wake katika awamu yake ya kwanza na ilienda vizuri, na sasa hii kazi ilikuwa imebakia katika hii awamu ya pili, hasa itaendelea vizuri na Kenya tutashangilia vizuri.
Naam, shukrani. Nizungumze na mwingine. Reverend, nieleze wewe ulihisi vipi na hususan matarajio yako kwa sasa? Tumeweza kuambiwa kwamba ama imeweza kutangazwa kwamba naibu wa rais ndiye atakayekuwa rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya.
Mimi ile kitu nimefurahi sana kwa sababu rais hata kabla hajachaguliwa na Wakenya alichaguliwa kutoka kwa Mungu, na huyu ni mtumishi wa Mungu, na nimefurahi kwa sababu Kenya haitakuwa sawa tena. Kenya itabadilika na itakuwa Kenya mzuri, na ninashukuru kwa sababu hata maadui wake walimsukuma ndio aweze kufika mahali amefika. Kwa hivyo Nakuru tuko na furaha kabisa na tunashukuru kabisa, na tunaamini Kenya haitakuwa sawa kabisa. Hata naweza sema kwa baba ambaye ameshindwa, tunaweza sema hata pia hata yeye amejaribu, na hivyo venye president alisema akuje tu wafanye kazini, naweza sema tu akuje wafanye kazi pamoja na Lee Kenyanjui vile Susan alikushinda mara mbili. Kubali tu matokeo na ukubali huyo mama pia alikuwa amechaguliwa na Mungu.
Naam, shukrani.
Asante sana.
Nisikie kauli ya mwingine hapa.
Asante. Kwa majina ni Benson Macharia. Kwanza ningependa kusema kwamba sisi kama wanaogatuzi tumefurahi
Tumefurahia sana kwa sababu ushindi wa Rais William Ruto itatuweza kutusaidia kama wana ugatuzi. Tunajua ya kwamba ataweza kufanya kazi Kenya mzima na magavana wote ambao wamechaguliwa 47. Tunasema counties zisibaguliwe, watu wapatiwe pesa wafanye kazi. Hatutaki kujua kama ulipigia serikali au hujapigia serikali. Wakenya wote ni sawa na tunamuomba Rais Ruto aweze kukaa na Wakenya wote na huyo upendo iende mpaka Nyanza, Mombasa, kila mahali. Sisi tunafurahia kama.
Labda utasema nini kwa Lee Kinyanjui ambaye alisema labda ataweza kwenda mbele kusema ya kwamba uchaguzi haukuwa huru na haki katika kaunti?
Mimi ningependa kuambia Bwana Lee Kinyanjui, wakati wako ulifika kitambo, kwa sababu haukukuwa na raia, haukufanya kazi na sisi, haukukaa na sisi, ulitutenga na hao raia ndio walikukata. Na wewe mwenyewe ulisema ya kwamba raia wataongea na raia wa Nakuru waliongea. Tafadhali Lee, wachana na sisi, wacha sasa tujipange kama Nakuru na Susan Kehika.
Naam, shukrani. Nisikie kauli ya mwingine hapa kwa ufupi sana, nieleze.
Yes, kwa majina mimi naitwa John, kiongozi wa vijana kaunti ya Nakuru. Tumeshukuru sana kuona rais wetu wa 5 William Ruto jana akipewa ile certificate. Kweli dunia nzima tunashukuru. Na nataka kukumbusha naibu wa rais, hii ushindi ni Mungu alikupe. Tunakumbuka wewe umeenda kwa makanisa, umehubiri kanisa, umehubiri amani, na sisi tuko nyuma yako. Nataka kuambia huyu mzee Raila Odinga, sasa miaka yako sio wewe witu baba, wewe unaitwa babu. Wewe sasa ondoka, wachie kina Junet hiyo kazi ya opposition. Miaka yako ya kupigana na Kenya wakati yote imeisha. Wewe sasa kuja tukupatie probox, tukuwekee mzigo yako, urudi Bondo. Asante sana.
Shukrani. Nisikie wewe kama mwenyekiti wa wanao ama waathiriwa wa ndani kwa ndani, nieleze ulijihisi vipi, hususan mkiwa watu ambao waliathirika sana mwaka 2007 na mwaka 2008 na mara hii kuna amani?
Kwanza kabisa wacha nishukuru kwa misingi ya kisheria, ule rais tulioko naye ni rais wetu Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, yuko katika ofisi. Kwanza kabisa shukurani zetu ni kuwa mambo yote inayohusiana na waathiriwa wote katika taifa la Kenya yako na misingi ya rais wetu Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta ambaye ako kwa mamlakani, na pia rais wetu sasa mteule William Ruto, Samuel Ruto. Jambo ambalo nataka niseme kwa kina ni hivi: wakati ambapo huu uchaguzi umekamilika, hapo mwanzoni kila mtu alichangia kwa mapana na marefu. Wale watu wa kiwango cha chini na wale wa kiwango cha juu, wote sisi tumechangia katika taifa nzima. Na kwa sababu tumechangia hata kufikia kupiga kura, saa hizi tusahau yale yaliyopita. Na taifa nzima, ikiwa ni Mkikuyu, Mjaluo, Mkisimu, Turukana, Mulendile, sisi zote hatuna shida ingine. Tumepewa kiongozi na Mungu. Na ukipewa kiongozi na Mungu, munashika na mikono yote miwili. Pahali ambapo naweza taka kuguzia sana ni kuhusiana na mambo ya kuna siku 7 ambapo mtu yote ambaye anaweza pingana na maamuzi ya IEBC anaweza enda kotini. Ama kwa kweli ni kwa ushauri tu wa kibinafsi, ningeweza kushauri baba yetu ambaye ni Raila Amolo Odinga, ni prime minister ambaye ana misingi ya seconded the founder father wa jamhuri yetu ya Kenya. Saa hizi amuite rais wetu, amuite rais wetu Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, na waite viongozi wale wengine wote, waweke ule uwiano, National Reconciliation Accord. Sasa ifanye kazi, wasiende kotini. Tafadhali wasiende kotini kupitia kwa rais wetu. Tafadhali.
Shukran. Basi, therefore, Linda, remember those are residents in Nakuru County, of course, expressing their hearts out. Of course, as you can see, their faces speaks volume. And yesterday, like I have told you, it was all jubilation celebrations here in Nakuru County, of course, celebrating the victory of William Samuel Ruto. And understand that initially, earlier, it was said, or rather Nakuru County was mapped among the hotspot areas, but in contrary, that is in Nakuru County, it is all peaceful, starting from the election day until now. It has been all peaceful throughout, and therefore, as everybody continues to of course celebrate the victory of William Samuel Ruto, we are still keeping an eye to see what now changes from now henceforth. And of course, you have heard that all they want is peace, even as we also celebrate William Samoei Ruto and also his history, or rather the making of his political history. Over to you, Linda. My name is Chichi Josephine.
Gishu, they are looking all lovely, and yes, the sentiments are out there. I mean, celebrations, jubilation. The people of Nakuru County, above everything, they remind us that we are a Kenya that needs to, embrace peace, and therefore they say, please, let's all go back to business and appreciate what has been declared by the people. Where that's Raila presidency, a possible Raila presidency, and I think Nordin, have you gotten to that point where you have felt like, for at least for one day, 2 or 3, a year or two, what could this person have done different?
For anyone who's been in Kenya, you have to be intrigued, because what is this that keeps him going? After five years he's there. What is it that he wants to do differently? And you can see from what he has fought for in Kenya, because even if people might not, there are those who might not support him, like we've heard from where you were just showing the names, the Babu and everything. Even if there are those who don't support him, at the end of the day, his place in history is written. That is it, You can never erase that. Whether he becomes president or not, he has a place in history. One of the most formidable opposition leaders in Kenya, and they call him an enigma for many reasons. So that's why we say he's a guy who he evolves. Now we don't know if there can be evolution past this. Only he knows whether he decides to throw in the towel or surprise us again. So at the end of the day, I believe, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't intrigued in him being a president. Because with the way he's campaigned over time, you get to ask yourself, what is this thing that you feel only you can do? So what is this thing we'll experience differently since independence that only you has the Midas touch to? So I believe we might end up saying that maybe he's one of the good presidents we've never had. And even if he doesn't become one, like we said, in history his name is there. You can't erase that. You like him or not, he remains Raila Amolo Odinga. And there are those who will celebrate him, who will consider him their president, because he calls himself president of the people. There are those who he'll always be the president, whether he wins or not, whether he ascends to power or not. So at the end of the day, in as much as whatever has happened yesterday has happened, and him planning to go to court, if it is not nullified, then we are waiting to see if the enigma becomes an enigma as per usual, or that is the end of the mystery. But with him, give it a 50, anything is possible. He might surprise us at the end of the day, or not this time around, because like we said, age is not on his side. So he might either decide to either become a kingmaker, because you have to realize he has really not mentored anyone. So you never know, or decide to evolve again. That we wait to see, because if the DP becomes the president, he needs a very strong opposition so that we have oversight. Because leaving him alone, he's a smart guy, he's a strategist, he can move around. So if you leave him to the freedom,
really do that.
The freedom the president had these last 5 years, that is not going to be a country, because at the end of the day, we need oversight, checks and balances. In as much as some feel, honestly, in as much as some feel like, some feel like, being in opposition is not the easiest thing to do in this world. It looks like a talent for some, but it's not amazing. Because at the end of the day, the sole aim of elections is to capture that power. So that you implement what you feel has not been implemented since independence. Because there are so many things that we have gotten wrong since independence that need to be corrected. And the more time goes by, the more we keep going further away from the solutions. So we need a government that will actually solve historical injustices, that will actually bring the people together, so that we actually have one country. Those who win and those who lose, at the end of the day, remain Kenyans. Those are the figures should remain as figures, but Kenyans must stay as Kenyans, so that one person actually serves the entire country, and not either segregate one side of the country or some side of the supporters. Yeah.
All right. Okay, we have about 30 minutes. I would have loved for us to listen to what the Deputy President William Ruto said yesterday, but then time would not allow us. I'm sure we all had a chance to listen to this. And so if sworn in, We are looking at a new president who's been here in the question of governance, but as he has said, really he did not have the powers to do lots of things, because then you understand the duties of a deputy president and also the previous positions that he has held. His reign, you know, and just looking at where he finds the country, I have had many arguing, actually some who are supporters of the Azimio both saying that, you know, consoling themselves by saying that after all he's not going to find it easy because he inherits a country that really is on its knees.
The president-elect will be okay. I think he'll be sworn in. He is the president, and I think it's time for us, as much as we should be allowed to go through grief, because some of us are grieving. The truth of the matter is that Dr. William Samoei Ruto is the 5th president.
Okay.
But Azimio going to court, to the Supreme Court. And this time round, and I think that is the sort of conundrum they find themselves in, is that I doubt they have a case. Because they can either argue about irregularities, which I don't think there's anybody who cited any irregularities. And then number 2, it's been an open process, that the 34As are still out there in the public domain, that anybody who disagrees with that tally can actually go and do it themselves. So if Azimio goes to court, then they have to show that the irregularities were such that they did not, or they interfered with the will of the people. So as of now, William Samoei Ruto becomes the 5th president of Kenya. So we reconcile ourselves with that fact. Moving forward, of course, there is now the question that I think Kagai raised, was to hold him to account. We know that he had a beautiful manifesto just as much as Azimio had. Everybody is looking at how is he going to improve the lives of the people at the bottom. So your farmers, your people who, your day laborers and so on and so forth, how is he going to improve that? And it's incumbent upon us, all of us, to hold him to account and to deliver in a transparent way those promises he has made. But the big question becomes, what is Azimio going to do to hold him to account? Because we know that he's a shrewd politician. We know that he's very, very quick on his feet. And already rumors are already coming through that perhaps Azimio, with the removal of Baba, or the retirement, or the imminent retirement of Baba, then the question becomes whether Kalonzo or Martha Karua will be in charge of Azimio, and whether they, having noted, especially for Martha Karua, that she's a stakeholder without a stake, if I can say that, or you can call it that. That how then do you become in charge of a coalition that some people make an argument that you didn't really bring much to that coalition? But we really, really need our institutions to be strengthened because of that fact, that the Parliament is supposed to hold the executive to account. And we know what excessive power can do. So for us to safeguard ourselves, then it is high time perhaps the Parliament did its job. And I'm happy that the Supreme Court nullified, or what is it called? The CDF Act, declared the act illegal. And therefore that leaves our parliamentarians with 3 jobs: representation, oversight, and lawmaking. So if we build that institution, and I'm happy that Dr. Ruto, the president-elect, did make a pledge to strengthen our institutions and make them much more robust and independent, that then those independent institutions will be able to hold him to account, because like we acknowledge that there isn't much of an opposition, but rather a minority side. So it is the job of the entire Parliament, regardless of where you are, to hold the executive to account. So I hope that we will see that happen. And for Azimio, I think it's time for them to sort of accept and also realize that they have a job on their hands, and that is to hold the incoming administration to account and offer an alternative in the future.
And I'm sure we're going to have time, Kevin Osido, to look into what his presidency would be like. And I hope this time around we'll stay true to our word, unlike the times we used to promise the viewer every time that we will teach them, something about, some bit of civic education about the election. But yes, this one we're getting into a possible Ruto presidency, and therefore I'm sure we'll be articulating on that. Let's pick this one of the fact that we've had very many presidents coming to, congratulate him, appreciate him, and a majority of them have indicated that they look forward to, great bilateral gains between Kenya and their respective countries. The face of Ruto then will be the face of Kenya. What will it look like, in the global fraternity?
Linda, Kenyans have shocked the world because if you look at our electoral history, and the mannerisms that we embrace during elections, probably the world expected that, like today, we would not have been here.
Bloodshed.
There would be serious wars out there and people fighting each other and imagining that there is no Kenya. But the beauty of it is that the world, in as much as they were also watching and seeing how this unfolds, they've really been left wondering, what did Kenyans do right this time around? And a lot of work has gone into making the kind of substantive peace that we see going on. There has been lots of forums by citizens themselves, local leaders having conversations, candidates being called to even sign, peace pacts and saying, I will ensure that there is peace. That is why it is also important that those who are celebrating, they celebrate honorably, like calling Baba Babu and telling him to get into a pro box to go to Bondo. Of course, those are things that cannot happen. Remember that as you say that, there is also the other view of it, the 6.9 million, who also are wondering, why is no one reaching out to us to also share our views? And within a short time, they will also take over the social media networks and they'll start recording their own videos and posting. That will be an image that the world will also be looking forward to seeing. Because like President Cyril Ramaphosa also watching Kenyan news media, President Yoweri Museveni are watching news media and they are getting briefs. In some of these countries, as it is in Kenya, there are warehouses with all the TV stations, of various countries. They are watching and seeing. So when they see people celebrating a lot, the imagination would be that actually it was a landslide win, but it's only 233,000 votes. So it is important that those who are grieving, grieve peacefully and with also a lot of calm, because that is what boosts the congratulatory messages that are coming from these countries. But having said that, it is, if you look at the kind of politics that we had in Africa and in Kenya particularly, where an incumbent decides to support the leader of opposition. Of course, Raila made himself, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga made himself the leader of official opposition. The Constitution does not even recognize that, It's just that in the event there is a runoff. That is when now a second runners-up is mentioned, that there are 4 candidates, but only 2 of them go into a runoff. But people imagine that Mzee Raila Odinga or Baba or Jacom has to be the opposition leader, whereas that is really not even the Constitution. So the kind of messaging that is coming around is supposed to excite some bit of pact between these candidates, and particularly looking at our history. So I imagine that the presidents who are even the people crafting these messages on behalf of these leaders are cognizant of the history that Kenyans have had to go through. They know about our diplomatic relations with them. They understand the manifestos that these candidates had. And so they are warming up to engaging with Kenya, because remember that even as you are declared president-elect, you are not going to operate in a vacuum. The imagination that in 100 days you will change so many things is not there. The IG of police has security of tenure. That is the person you are going to work with. DCI Kamweru, Mr. Kamweru, has security of tenure. That is the person you are going to work with. The CS Foreign Affairs remains CS until when, as president-elect, you pronounce, you appoint, your substantive CS. So the imagination that the government is in limbo and the president stays in power until that day when the sword is handed over. So all these presidents are cognizant of this fact. Unfortunately, I don't know whether our president has spoken. I don't think he has.
Not just yet.
Which also presents another scenario. What is it that is going on within his mind, and what is he thinking about? And as all these messages are coming around, what is our president thinking about? And so it will also be honorable and respectful of the people of Kenya that President Uhuru Kenyatta speaks. And I know at some point he's going to address the nation, but that needed to have been, immediately. Like, yes, IEBC makes its declaration, and we see the president saying, because that is really how best practice is supposed to be. When it's done like this, messages are coming from outside, and some of these countries have been very antagonistic, even to the presidency of President Uhuru Kenyatta. Uganda, closer home, we've had very many issues of allegations of this is happening, and we have presidents who are supposed to discuss the number of times the deputy president has flown to Uganda, and just the relationships around the presidents, and particularly now president-elect. Further to that, of course, is the space of Kenya in the global sphere. And initially we already spoke about United Nations Security Council, but even locally, our president has been the chair of the East African Community, the EAC, until about 2 weeks into us going into elections. He handed it over to another president. And you move further to look at other institutions. IGAD, Kenya has a very strong engagement with IGAD. You look at ICGLR, Intergovernmental Conference on the Great Lakes region, 12 countries that board the Great Lakes region. Kenya has a very prime mechanism. In fact, the executive director of ICGLR is a Kenyan, ambassador. Yeah. So Kenya has some spaces that, as we see these messages coming across, they should open up our eyes so that we begin to ask ourselves, is this the president that we want to carry the flag of Kenya out there? Imagining that presidents are going to meet the US president. Presidents are going to UN General Assembly. Presidents are going to, is this the kind of image? So presidents are also sending these messages because Kenya has a very important prime space. Kenya has a platform that they feel if we relate to and we relate with, we will benefit from some advantages. And of course, the positioning of Kenya. Uganda is a landlocked country. A lot of the good things that go to Uganda pass through here. If you have agrivenous relationships with the Kenyan president, of course, we will lock the roads and no lorries will carry maize, will carry unga, will carry kiberiti, all these things. So I am sure that as they craft these messages, they are doing a lot of foreign affairs and international conversations and conventions that they are looking at. They are cognizant of so many bilateral relationships that Kenya has with other countries, and of course the space that Kenya as a country occupies in the region.
And in not more than 20 days, Nordin, as we wind up, we will get to know whether it will be a transition to a new government, Ruto government. And so what would you envision of it?
First and foremost, what he has campaigned on, for example, needs to be his core agenda. I heard he said yesterday that there's no time for virgins. Those people who have done certain things to him here and there, he has no time for all that. And we hope that is the way, because we're a country, like we said, with a lot of issues, unresolved issues. And him as the president, if he ascends to power, that is, him as the president needs to be a uniting factor, in that everyone that voted or didn't vote for him feels like that is my president. Not that a particular place says that is not my president, or doesn't recognize him, or doesn't feel part of the country. So how he moves upon getting sworn in, how he moves as president, makes appointments, and also there's something he didn't say. We also need to see what is his foreign policy. And that, works with whoever will be the foreign affairs minister, because we also need a foreign policy, and a strong one at that, because we've had issues here and there. Correct. Like he said, neighbors have meddled in our issues, have done ABCD. We need a very strong foreign policy. Sometimes people point fingers at the USA, but for them, their foreign policy is they care about their people. That is number one, their interest, their land. And that is where we should be thinking as we grow as a country, where we don't entertain issues that have to do with our territory, that have to do with our people, any harm caused on our people, because now this coming government has issues that has to solve. For example, if we stick on the foreign policy, what is the policy on, for example, the number of people who get trafficked to the Middle East, who get killed there, who get tortured there. Nothing is ever, it's never resolved. We need to know what it stands for when it comes to that. There are so many historical issues that we keep talking about. How are they going to resolve them? We have things like the Dungulang report, we have the Kriegler, we have so many reports that have been made, and now I think they now have cobwebs in State House because they've never been implemented. And then the most important thing, the Constitution, implementation, observance of the rule of law. Those are the things we need to look into. That is what a government, that is what the next government should be all about. And preserving of human rights. That is what we need, because you see, any government that preserves human rights will actually perform well, because anything it does, it will look at the effect of any decision or policy on the people. So that is what we need going forward. A government for the people, by the people, right? So that we heal and we mature, because as a nation, there are so many things that we need to move away from. Like right now, you see, there's something they say, magnanimity in victory. It's very important right now. So that you don't start a fire that you'll be unable to put off. So let us tread with caution. Let the supporters of both camps relax. Those ones who have won are free to rejoice, are free to be happy. Those who have not won, they have to realize that violence is never the solution to losing an election. The next recourse is courts. If that fails, then you accept and you move on. And that is what the leaders need to instill in supporters, in that there is only one remedy left, and that is the court. If that fails, that is that, sadly. In as much as it is brutal and painful, that is the only thing left. It is the court. If that fails, life moves on. If they succeed, then we go back to another campaign period.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much.
That, Linda,
we have to close.
That reality has to be communicated to people.
Right.
Because if it is not properly communicated, that's where problems begin to erupt. Because, for instance, we are looking at the Akamba community that donated almost votes to the last person, to a coalition. What do you do with them? You can't tell them, like my good Wakili says, that's it. There has to be a mechanism for us to communicate to people and pacify the emotions. And that can only be done politically by the political leaders.
Okay. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We have to close it at this very moment, and I'm sure you all have been eagerly waiting for this, but I also appreciate the fact that you have been the gentlemen that, I flip across the stations in the country and I see your contribution, immense contribution as to the matters of politics and governance in the country, and therefore we appreciate so much. So last speaker, governance expert Kevin Osido, asante sana. I'm sure when history is written, man, this man will find his name there, especially the political history.
I have started taking notes of the things I say and the stations I do.
I'm telling you.
I do my biography.
Congratulations. Yes. I'm looking forward to read that. And as well, Wakili Nordin Kagai, asante sana for your time, and political analyst John Wangunyu. Gentlemen, let's close it this very moment and go enjoy some tea, right?
Sure.
In a bit, the Swahili team will be here, Wateri and Kirubi, to, of course, steer on the wheel. Thank you so much. I get to see you again tomorrow. My name is Linda Alela. Do have yourself a lovely day ahead.
Despite being visually impaired, he is a jack of all trades. It is our quest to find answers on how to take care of children with special needs and those with disability. You do not need to see musical notes to understand music, but rather to have your soul feel the vibe.
Actually, for us to make a wheelchair, we have to take measurements of the user.
After doing my assessment, I get to know the parent, I get to know the heaviness she's carrying. disability comes at different stages of life.
How well do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates. Baraza la Siasa.
Hiyo kitu azungumzie, angalie hali ya maisha ya watu.
Informative health discussions. Business, farming. Tasty Wednesday, Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs,
waimbaji, kuna comedians, alafu kuna wajinga.
and music bands every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. The next set of millionaires are farmers. As we know, agriculture has been and still is the backbone of our economy. As we traverse the different counties to meet different farmers, we ensure to get the story of how they started farming and even how they continue to penetrate the market and overcome the challenges.
Hapa, the reason why nilieka goose na si ducks. Goose, they are very easy to maintain.
A lot of farmers keep on calling, inquiring whether you're supposed to raise some seeds in the nursery or you're supposed to do them directly in the field.
The greenhouse helps us control the temperature because the temperature needs to be between 28 to 32 degrees.
Walk this journey with us every Sunday at 6:30 p.m. It's no secret, construction ain't cheap. But how do we make it affordable? Different individuals are finding ways of cutting down cost by use of pre-stressed slabs other than reinforced concrete, recycling plastics to make pavers.
The brick is stronger, it's cheaper, and it's lighter.
And recycling wastewater in your household.
What happens to my waste from the washroom, the solid waste? All that can break down.
Those are just but a few. Every Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. we talk construction.
There's no alpha without an omega. There's no lead without any followers. No man is an island. We need each other. We need this conference.
We say it, we do it, we act it.
Kama una mpenzi wako, kila siku kama nilivyosema, kila siku mwishi mapenzi.
We don't toe the line, we set the standard. We don't eat the grass, we lead the pack.
As an alpha male, you're also a leader. Not to just women, friends and family, but to everyone else you've never met before.
We are the beauty, the spice and the brains. The men's conference where men become alpha males.
And you can catch us every Wednesday at 10 p.m. This is The Grind. Only those who will risk going too far can possibly find out how far one can go. T.S. Eliot.
So I decided, let me just take this up, put the teaching on hold first. Let me try see where this can go.
I mean, the opportunities are a lot. But is that all you need? Oh wait, there's more. This seems a little too much. Let's slow it down.
You do this is something you do out of passion.
Join me, Violet Njaki, as I navigate through the maze of the increasingly dynamic business environment and quiet down the noises. As I help you flourish in business every Monday at 7:30 p.m.
It's no secret, construction ain't cheap. But how do we make it affordable? Different individuals are finding ways of cutting down cost by use of pre-stressed slabs other than reinforced concrete, recycling plastics to make pavers.
The brick is stronger, It's cheaper and it's lighter.
And recycling wastewater in your household.
What happens to my waste from the washroom, the solid waste, all that can break down.
Those are just but a few. Every Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. we talk construction.
Despite being visually impaired, he is a jack of all trades. It is our quest to find answers on how to take care of children with special needs and those with disability. You do not need to see musical notes to understand music, but rather to have your soul feel the vibe.
Actually, for us to make a wheelchair, we have to take measurements of the user.
After doing my assessment, I get to know the parent, I get to know the heaviness she's carrying.
Disability comes at different stages of life.
How well do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates. Baraza la Siasa.
Hiyo kitu azungumzie, angalie hali ya maisha ya watu.
Informative health discussions. Business. Farming. Tasty Wednesday. Fitness Thursday. And Feel Good Friday. With amazing DJs, celebs.
Waimbaji, kuna comedians, alafu kuna wajinga.
And music bands. Every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. The next set of millionaires are farmers. As we know, agriculture has been and still is the backbone of our economy. As we traverse the different counties to meet different farmers, we ensure to get the story of how they started farming and even how they continue to penetrate the market and overcome the challenges.
Hapa, the reason why nilieka goose na si ducks. Goose, they are very easy to maintain.
A lot of farmers keep on calling, inquiring whether you're supposed to raise some seeds in the nursery or you're supposed to do them directly in the field.
The greenhouse helps us control the temperature because the temperature needs to be between 28 to 32 degrees.
Walk this journey with us every Sunday at 6:30 p.m. It's no secret, construction ain't cheap. But how do we make it affordable? Different individuals are finding ways of cutting down cost by use of pre-stressed slabs other than reinforced concrete, recycling plastics to make pavers.
The brick is stronger, it's cheaper, and it's lighter.
And recycling wastewater in your household.
What happens to my waste from the washroom, the solid waste, all that can break down.
Those are just but a few. Every Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. we talk construction.
There's no alpha without an omega. There's no lead without any followers. No man is an island. We need each other. We need this conference.
We say it, we do it, we act it.
Kama una mpenzi wako, kila siku kama nilivyosema, kila siku maishi mapenzi.
We don't toe the line, we set the standard. We don't eat the grass, we lead the pack.
As an alpha male, you're also a leader. Not to just women, friends and family, but to everyone else you've never met before.
We are the beauty, the spice, and the brains. The men's conference where men become alpha males.
And you can catch us every Wednesday at 10 p.m.
This is The Grind. Only those who will risk going too far can possibly find out how far one can go. T.S. Eliot.
So I decided, let me just take this up, put the teaching on hold first. Let me try see where this can go.
I mean, the opportunities are a lot. But is that all you need? Oh wait, there's more. This seems a little too much. Let's slow it down.
You do this is something you do out of passion.
Join me, Violet Njaki, as I navigate through the maze of the increasingly dynamic business environment and quiet down the noises. As I help you flourish in business every Monday at 7:30 p.m.
It's no secret, construction ain't cheap. But how do we make it affordable? Different individuals are finding ways of cutting down cost by use of pre-stressed slabs other than reinforced concrete, recycling plastics to make pavers.
The brick is stronger, it's cheaper, and it's lighter.
And recycling wastewater in your household.
What happens to my waste from the washroom, the solid waste, all that can break down.
Those are just but a few. Every Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. we talk construction.
Despite being visually impaired, he is a jack of all trades. It is our quest to find answers on how to take care of children with special needs and those with disability. You do not need to see musical notes to understand music, but rather to have your soul feel the vibe.
Actually, for us to make a wheelchair, we have to take measurements of the user.
After doing my assessment, I get to know the parent. I get to know the heaviness she's carrying.
Disability comes at different stages of life.
How well do you know what's happening around you? Morning Cafe with heated political debates. Baraza la Siasa.
Hiyo kitu azungumzie, angalie hali ya maisha ya watu.
Informative health discussions. Business, farming. Tasty Wednesday, Fitness Thursday, and Feel Good Friday with amazing DJs, celebs,
waimbaji, kuna comedians, alafu kuna wajinga,
and music bands every Monday to Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m.
The next set of millionaires are farmers. As we know, agriculture has been and still is the backbone of our economy. As we traverse the different counties to meet different farmers, we ensure to get the story of how they started farming and even how they continue to penetrate the market and overcome the challenges.
Hapa, the reason why nilieka goose na si ducks. Goose, they are very easy to maintain.
A lot of farmers keep on calling, inquiring whether you're supposed to raise some seeds in the nursery or you're supposed to do them directly in the field.
The greenhouse helps us control the temperature because the temperature needs to be between 28 to 32 degrees.
Walk this journey with us every Sunday at 6:30 p.m. It's no secret, construction ain't cheap. But how do we make it affordable? Different individuals are finding ways of cutting down cost by use of pre-stressed slabs other than reinforced concrete, recycling plastics to make pavers.
The brick is stronger, it's cheaper, and it's lighter.
And recycling wastewater in your household.
What happens to my waste from the washroom, the solid waste, all that can break down.
Those are just but a few. Every Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. we talk construction.
There's no alpha without an omega. There's no lead without any followers. No man is an island. We need each other. We need this conference.
We say it, we do it, we act it.
Kama una mpenzi wako, kila siku kama nalivyosema, kila siku maishi mapenzi.
We don't toe the line, we set the standard. We don't eat the grass, we lead the pack.
As an alpha male, you're also a leader. Not just women, friends and family, but to everyone else you've never met before.
We are the beauty, the spice, and the brains. The men's conference where men become alpha males.
And you can catch us every Wednesday at 10 p.m.
This is The Grind. Only those who will risk going too far can possibly find out how far one can go. T.S. Eliot.
So I decided, let me just take this up, put the teaching on hold first. Let me try see where this can go.
I mean, the opportunities are a lot. But is that all you need? Oh wait, there's more. This seems a little too much. Let's slow it down.
You do this is something you do out of passion.
Join me, Violet Njaki, as I navigate through the maze of the increasingly dynamic business environment and quiet down the noises. As I help you flourish in business every Monday at 7:30 p.m.
It's no secret, construction ain't cheap. But how do we make it affordable? Different individuals are finding ways of cutting down cost by use of pre-stressed slabs other than reinforced concrete, recycling plastics to make pavers.
The brick is stronger, it's cheaper, and it's lighter.
And recycling wastewater in your household.
What happens to my waste from the washroom, the solid waste, all that can break down.
Those are just but a few. Every Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. we talk construction.
Despite being visually impaired, he is a jack of all trades. It is our quest to find answers on how to take care of children with special needs and those with disability. You do not need to see musical notes to understand music, but rather to have your soul feel the